Good morning. My name's Carlin Bowman, and I'm a senior fellow here at the American Enterprise Institute. And on behalf of Rui Teixeira of the Center for American Progress and Bill Frey of Brookings, I'd like to welcome all of you to our conference, States of Change, Demographics and Demography. We have a very full agenda, and I'll return to the podium shortly to discuss it. But first, let me welcome CAP's Neera Tanden, President of CAP, Neera Tanden, who would like to say a few words. Neera.
Good morning, and I'd like to add my welcome to this exciting day, to welcome us to discuss the states of change and what we consider a really important discussion of the intersection of demographics and democracy. And I want to thank Carlin for that introduction and for all the work we've done together. I'm so glad that the Center for American Progress can be part of this really groundbreaking discussion and work, and really collaboration. We're excited to be here with AEI and William Frey of the Brookings Institute. All of our organizations are really committed to this work. Actually, since CAP's inception, we have been looking at these issues of demographics and its intersection with policy. Rui Teixeira, a senior fellow with us, our program, Progressive Studies program, our Project 2050, John Halpin, who's also here. Through all of those programs, we've really looked at how the country is changing, and ultimately how that change will have to drive public policy. In fact, we put together a book, All in Nation, which describes those demographic changes and how addressing gaps we see, racial gaps in particular, will have to be the center of public policy over the decades to come. We've recognized, and we're proud to recognize with our partners, that public policy actually has to reflect the public, and that public is fundamentally changing. It's no surprise that these demographic changes will have sweeping policy and political implications at every level of our government and society. And today's event is really a culmination of a year of work focused on these issues. And what's exciting today is we'll hear a detailed discussion of projections around racial composition in the country, and you'll see how these issues, the transformation of the United States, is really reaching almost every corner of the country. And finally, we're most pleased really to have a partnership and a collaboration that recognizes that all leaders have to address these challenges, these changing demographics. All leaders have to recognize that public policy will have to be reflected by these changing demographics. And truthfully, if we don't address them, we do so at our peril. So I'm looking forward to this discussion today. We have a fantastic panel coming up. And truthfully, this is really the beginning of our work together to look at really how America has transformed, how it is continuing to transform, change more rapidly, and that will call on leadership to be more nimble, not less, in the days and years and months ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neera. I'd like to begin this morning by thanking the Hewlett Foundation for the generous support it's given to the States of Change project. Ever since Kevin Phillips turned his hobby of studying voting patterns in America into his best-selling 1969 book, The Emerging Republican Majority, political analysts have looked at changing demographic patterns and tried to predict future partisan advantage. In the last decade or so, we've had the coming Republican realignment, the emerging Democratic majority, the lost majority, the emerging Republican advantage, and the submerged Democratic majority. We all want to know what comes next, of course, and it's always interesting. But the purpose of this conference is different. Let me say a word about it. Our goal is not to decide who's right in terms of these arguments about partisan advantage. Our goal is to look at what demographic changes are taking place and how these changes will shape public policy, as Neera has said. But first, we needed to gather the data. For the past year, my States of Change colleagues, Bill Frey and Rui Teixeira, have been doing just that. They've been ably assisted by Rob Griffin, a senior research associate at CAP. Both Bill and Rui are known to many of you in this room, and their full bios and those of all of the other panelists today are available in the reception area. Bill is widely viewed as America's leading demographer. He has just published the highly acclaimed Diversity Explosion: How New Racial Demographics Are Remaking America. His optimistic assessment of current democratic turbulence, the book is available for sale in the reception area. Rui is a senior fellow at CAP and also at the Century Foundation. He is the author of 7 books, including most recently America's New Swing Region: Changing Politics and Demographics in the Mountain West. Rui and I began our collaborations in 1986 when he wrote his first article for a small magazine I was editing called Public Opinion. Bill, Rui, and I had our first joint conference on election demographics in 2009. To assemble the data, Bill has worked with University of Michigan colleagues and Rui to define the scope of the project and provide trend analysis of 40 years of demographic change from 1974 to 2014 nationally and in every state, as well as projections of the racial composition of every state to the year 2060. The report is now available on the CAP and AEI websites. In the second year of the project, we will commission papers to look more deeply at the changes and their effects on public policy. We'll meet again a year from now. Our first panel this morning will look at shifting demographics and what they will mean for the 2016 election, and the second panel will take us much farther out to 2060. At lunch, 2 seasoned pollsters, Democrat Jeff Guerin and Republican Whit Ayers, will talk about how the parties are and will respond to these changes. Our final panel, and Ira will return for this, will look at what these changes will mean in several public policy areas. So let's get started. Bill and Rui are going to speak for 25 minutes, and then we'll turn to Ron Brownstein of Atlantic Media and the National Journal, Matt Barreto, co-founder of the polling firm Latino Decisions, and then Michael Dimmick of the Pew Research Center to provide initial reactions. Each of them will have 10 minutes, and then we'll turn to your question. Rui and Bill, you're on, and I'll be watching the clock.
Thanks very much, Carlin. I'm just delighted to see everybody here today. And we're going to give 2 presentations, as Carlin was alluding to, Bill Frey and I, based on this immense tranche of project data that we've recently produced. The first presentation for this first panel, we're going to look at our trend data, which is 40 years of census data going back to the mid-'70s about shifts in a variety of different characteristics that have affected the American electorate. The second presentation Bill and I are going to do, we're going to draw both on that census data and on our states of change projections that go to the 2060 for every state in the country. And we'll give you the really big picture of how the country has been and will be evolving over an 80-plus span of years. So that's the basic idea of what you're going to hear from us and what our panel is going to be discussing. I just want to underscore something Carlin just mentioned, which is the report. And it is a magnificent report, if I do say so myself. It's 150 pages of jam-packed with interesting data, profusely illustrated, beautiful in color, let me tell you. Get that color printer working. And, I just commend it to all of you. It's a treasure trove of data. But that's not all. That's not all. We also have unveiling today on both the CAP and the AEI websites our beautiful interactive of all our data going from, again, the 1970s to 2060 for a variety of different characteristics, not just race, but other characteristics as well. And you can access that on both websites, and it's a real treat. So if you listen to this, you read the 150-page report, and you're still not satisfied, I think head straight for that interactive, and you can glean even more information about our country and how it's evolving. So, but let me, without further ado, go to some data here. Whoops. Is this not working? Is this not the right?
I'll go ahead and read and I'll get it fixed.
Okay, all right. Of course, it's kind of hard to do it without, no, it's just not responding. Gosh, well, I had a picture that I was going to talk about, but it's a little bit hard to talk about it without the picture. Oh, is it on? It has to be turned on? Oh, right, okay. Whoops. Rob, do you have an insight on it? Quickly fix things, I hope. It's not working. Oh, you can move it manually? Okay, let's have our trusty Heather Sims has done it all for our project, and now she's going to do yet one more thing.
She's got the flip chart.
Right, yeah, we'll be old school.
Go right ahead, Ruth.
Okay, so yeah, let's hit the first slide here, Heather. The first substantive slide. I think people have gotten, okay. So we have a chart, and what this chart shows is the trend in the white percentage of actual voters, of eligible voters, and of the whole population. And as you can see, you know, in 1980, we had 88% white voters, we had 84% eligible white voters, and we had about 80% of the whole population was white. Now you fast forward to today, and you can see, you can look at the eligible voters and the whole voters, and you can see there's a gap that has widened between them. Now we have about 70% white eligible voters, and 63% of the whole population is white. So there's always been a gap between eligible voters and the whole population, but it has widened over the last period of time, so that there's a greater discrepancy. Now, one thing that's interesting to note is you look at the gap between voters and eligible voters, that has actually not changed very much, in fact, at all over time. If you look at the presidential cycle gaps, we're talking about basically a 3-point gap between eligible voters and actual voters that has stayed stable. So the decline in white eligible voters has tracked the decline in white voters. Now, let's look at this eligible voters and the whole population thing in a little bit more detail. Heather, if we could have the next slide. Why is this? Why have we've had this divergence over time between eligible voters and the whole population? Well, this chart tells you a lot about why that is. This breaks down the percentage of eligible voters by race relative to the whole population, and there's a couple of reasons why there'd be a difference, right? One is that racial groups may differ in how young or old they are, right? So if you have a disproportion of people under 18, those people can't vote, obviously. And then, of course, there's a citizen question. Citizenship rates are much lower among Hispanics and Asians. So you put all that together, and we find that out of every 100 Hispanics, only 44 are eligible voters. Out of every 100 Asians, only 52 are eligible voters. But then among blacks, it's 69. And among white, it's 79 out of 100 whites are eligible voters. So since minority growth has been driven by Hispanics and Asians, that's why we've been seeing this increased disjuncture between eligible voters and the whole population. Now, I would just note as a foreshadowing that, according to our analysis, that gap is going to close in the future, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in the second presentation. Heather, let's move on to the next slide. So this shows the racial composition of U.S. eligible voters from around 1980 to today, to 2014. We basically have minority voters almost doubling from 16 to 30%. Most of that is from Hispanics, up about 8 points. Asian others were up 5 points, and blacks actually up a couple of points. So that's what's been driving the change in our racial composition. Now let's look. We are able to project the eligible voters in the United States for this presidential cycle. Going to 2016, we can show you that just to give you a little snapshot. We'll talk a lot more about our projections later. What this shows you is that our prediction for the change in U.S. eligible voters between 2012 and 2016 is this pretty much on trend. We'll see white eligibles go down by 2.1 percentage points. And we'll see minorities go up, obviously, to balance that. And that's going to be primarily about 2-to-1 from Hispanics, about two-thirds Hispanics, 1/3 Asians, and a little bit of a contribution from blacks. So we will be pretty much on trend in terms of the shift in U.S. eligibles. And as I pointed out, at least so far, we've seen actual voters track eligible voters. So a reasonable expectation might be we'll see, again, a 2-point increase in the minority share of not just eligible voters, but voters. So let's go on to the next slide. So we don't just look at race, though this is a central part of our discussion and our analysis. We look at other factors as well where we can get the data. So one thing that's really transforming our country is generational succession. You know, the new cohorts get born, they come into the electorate, they have different attitudes, proclivities, preferences, and what have you, and certainly different racial composition, and that changes things. So what this shows is the eligible voter structure of the U.S. electorate, looking at 3 generations in particular, going back to 1980. Now, the boomers were the biggest generation in relation to population size we've ever seen. They peaked at around 45% of eligible voters in 1982, 45%. So that's pretty amazing. But ever since then, of course, since that was the peak, they've been on the decline. You can see the ex-voters start coming in there in the early 80s, and they never really get up to the level of the baby boomers, even though they're declining. Now, look at the new millennial generation, which is coming into the electorate starting around the turn of the century. They are going up, and right now they're at 28% of eligible voters. Baby boomers are still at 32%, but those lines are about to cross. And interestingly enough, if you look closely at our projections, the date when they're going to cross those 2 lines, we'll have as many millennial eligible voters as we have baby boomer eligible voters, is pretty much about November 2016. Kind of interesting, huh? Now, you know, I don't know what to make of that, but it's just something you might want to make a note about. So let's take a look at the next slide. This shows yet another sweeping demographic change that's really transforming our country, and that's the change in the educational composition of our country as educational attainment has continued to rise and rise and rise. And this breaks it down by eligible voters. And what this shows you is back in 1980, we were a pretty different country, right? About 14% of eligible voters had a college degree or more, and about a third of them were high school dropouts. About a third were high school dropouts. Now you fast forward to today, and we actually have 30% of eligible voters have a 4-year college degree or more, and of course high school dropouts have dramatically declined down to 10%. So this is a huge switch in the distribution of our educational attainment, and this has importantly had an effect on the structure of the white electorate. Let's take a look at the next slide. I mean, it's especially salient and interesting, of course, because of the differences that have evolved between white college-educated and white non-college or working-class voters. And what this chart shows you is that back in 1980, 3 out of every 4 eligible voters in the United States were white working class. 3 out of every 4, it's just a little bit less than that. And only 13% were white college graduates. Now, you go forward to our present day, and we're now down to about, according to the CPS, 47% white working class voters. That's a decline of 26 points. White college voters, on the other hand, have actually increased because basically the rise in educational attainment has more than counterbalanced the decline in the white population as a share of things. So you actually get white college folks going up, white non-college folks going down precipitously. If you look at the trend data on this, and it looks like the trend is going to basically be pretty stable over the next cycle or two, based on looking at patterns of educational attainment for young whites. We would predict at this point that over a 4-year presidential cycle, we'll still be getting about a 3-point decline in white working class eligible voters and about a 1-point increase in white college-educated voters. And that won't last forever, but we think for the next cycle or two, we're likely to see that. So let's take a look at the next slide in our national story here, and we'll quickly be getting to the regions in the states where my close comrade in arms, Bill Frey, will come up and talk to you. What this shows is that back in 1980, about 70% of eligible voters were married, 30% were unmarried. As everybody knows, things have changed a lot in terms of family structure, marital status, and so on. And if we fast forward to today, we now have eligible voters who are married and eligible voters who are unmarried being roughly, very close to the same size. Unmarried EVs now are about 48%, and of course married are 52%. And we've actually seen a slightly larger increase over time in the amount of unmarried men than unmarried women. Unmarried women have gone up 8 points, unmarried men up 10 points. But again, where we wind up is that unmarried and married eligible voters are roughly the same size. And again, we look at the trend on this, and this is something that clearly won't go up forever, but our anticipation would we see about for the next cycle or two, we'll see a 1.5 percentage point increase in the level of unmarried eligible voters. So it's quite possible that in this coming election in 2016, the number of eligible voters who are married and unmarried will be exactly equal, pretty much. So that's the national picture of how our country has evolved in the last period of time, in the last 40 years. And now I'm going to introduce or bring up Bill Frey, who is the man who knows it all about the regions and states and how our country has evolved in oh so many ways. He's going to share it with you.
Hey, well, thanks, Rui. Maybe we could put up the next chart. And this is a map of the states, of the United States. And if you look at this, you'll see we have three broad region categories there. The blue states are states that we call melting pot states. These are the states where most of the new minorities, especially Hispanics and Asians, started to cluster, especially in the last 20 years. You'll see those big immigrant gateway places, Los Angeles, New York, Miami, Chicago, and so forth. And, you know, if you step back and you think about how our country is becoming more diverse, we're certainly becoming more diverse from the bottom up of our age structure, something we'll talk about a little later when we get to the projections. But the other way we're becoming more diverse is moving inward from these melting pot areas into other parts of the country. So the two other parts of the country that we have there are those orange states. There's 15 of them. They're only about 20% of the population, but they're very fast growing. They include fast growing states like Nevada and Arizona and Utah and Idaho, and also in the southeast. And these are states that grew a lot because their economic prowess over the last 20 or 30 years, really a lot of them since World War II, attracting a lot of middle-class white populations and the South black populations, but not so much until the last 15 years or so, Hispanics or Asians. So this is where the new diversity is spilling out from those melting pot states into those new Sun Belt states. And then the other states, the 27 states that are sort of lightly shaded yellow, we call those heartland states. Those are states that aren't growing very rapidly at all compared to the other categories of states. They tend to be, for the most part, whiter, slow-growing, and older states, and they're still about 40% of the population in the United States, so they're important too. The diversity is getting to them, but perhaps a little bit more slowly. So we're going to look at a few selected states in each of these regions, and Heather, if you can turn on the next slide, and the first we'll be looking at a melting pot state, which is Florida. Now, Florida, you can see going from 1980 to 2014, these again are eligible voters. You see that back in 1980, the eligible voter population for Florida was about 81% white, and goes down to about 66% white in 2014. You know, Florida, we've always thought of as a place that attracted a lot of immigrants from the Caribbean, and also a lot of retirees from white retirees from the other parts of the United States. But of course, in the last 10 or 15 years, Florida has also attracted a lot of minorities from the rest of the United States, and especially Hispanic. So you see the big Hispanic gain over the last period there. There's a substantial black population, but in fact, among eligible voters, there's now more Hispanics than blacks in Florida. And the other thing to note about Florida, even though we're focusing on race for these trends here for states, is that it has the highest percentage of seniors among eligible voters of all the states. 26% of eligible voters right now in Florida are seniors, compared to 21% for the United States as a whole. So let's move to look at the change between 2012 and 2016. Rui talked about the change in share between the 2012 election and the 2016 upcoming election in Florida, in the United States. But this is the one for Florida. And you can see that there's going to be a decline of a little more than 2% in the share of whites of Florida's eligible voters. And Hispanics will make a big contribution in that gain, but also Asians and other races. Now in Florida, a lot of those folks are Asians, but when we get to other states, that's a big category. And we include Asians, Native Americans, people of two or more races. All of that gets sort of lumped into that category there. And that's a bigger share coming up in Florida. So let's move to the next state. And they're going to be states in the new Sun Belt. And when we talked about the new Sun Belt, there's a western part and an eastern part. And we've decided to deal with them sort of separately. And one of those new Sun Belt West states is Colorado. It's probably one of the whiter ones of the swing states in the new Sun Belt West. But you see that it does become more diverse over time, 88% down to 76% white. And again, Colorado's been getting a lot of growth of whites from other parts of the country, but also Hispanics, moving up from Texas, moving up from Mexico, spilling out from California. And over time, you see the Hispanic population increases about 16% of eligible voters in 2014. And the other groups are not quite as big and don't grow as rapidly. So if we move to the next slide, we can see in Colorado the change in the share. Colorado's white share also goes down a little bit more than 2% in those 4 years between 2012 and 2016 among eligible voters. And here it's Hispanics that make the biggest part of that gain over time. So you see a little bit of an increase in Hispanics in Colorado. Now we're going to move to Nevada, which is a place that has shown the most dramatic demographic change, I would say, for all the states. And if you this looks at eligible voters, but if you looked at actual voters and looked at the percent white in 1980, it was 83% white, Nevada. And in 2014, the state is 54% white. That's a huge drop in the white share. And among eligible voters there, it goes down from 88%, the national was 83 to 54% between 1980 and 2014. But these eligible voters go from 88% white down to 63% white. Not quite half, it's much higher, still higher than half, but really has made a shift. And we see a gain in Hispanics, but also those Asians and other races. That includes Asians, Native Hawaiians, people of 2 or more races. It's becoming a big part of the Nevada eligible voter population. And that gets pointed up in the next slide, which shows the changes in share. You see that the much bigger decline in the white share in Nevada between 2012 and 2016 eligible voters, and that's made up by Hispanics as well as Asians and other races. So this is a state that's really in flux and will continue to be in flux, as we can see later on. Okay, let's move on to the next slide, where we're going to talk about new Sun Belt East states. And the reason we talk about the new Sun Belt East separately from the new Sun Belt West is because the history of African Americans in the new Sun Belt East. It's a big part of the minority population, and there's a big part of black population growth in the Southeast that's due to black movement to the South. And here's North Carolina. You can see that North Carolina has a substantial African American population, and by 2014 it's 23% black. And there's kind of an increase, a small increase, as a dispersion of Hispanics move to this part of the South in the Hispanic and Asian population. But if you move to the next slide and look at the changes in share, North Carolina has a decline of white share, about a little more than 2% of some of the other states. But all 3 of the minority groups, again because of this black movement to the South, contribute to that decreased white share, Hispanics, blacks, and Asians and other races. Let's move now to Virginia. Virginia, also a swing state in the new Southeast. It's obviously Northern Virginia, many of you know, is becoming much more diverse with respect to movement of Asians, other races, Hispanics over time. But still, Virginia has a substantial African American portion of its eligible voter population, about 20%. But if you look over time, there's that small increase in Hispanics and actually a bigger increase in Asians and other races than Hispanics in Virginia. So you move to the next slide, and we can see that decline, a little more than 2, again for Virginia, as in other states, in these fast-growing states, a decline in the white share of over 2% between 2012 and 2016. But both Asian and other races and Hispanics do a lot to make up for that difference. Okay, let's move on. And now we're going to talk about heartland states in the Midwest and Rust Belt. You may remember from that earlier chart, we had a big part of the country that we talked about in terms of heartland states. And in the book, you can see that we piece out different parts of the heartland: New England, the South, the Great Plains. But the heart of the heartland really is the Midwest and the Rust Belt states. And those states that you see there, back in 1950, contributed about 25% to the U.S. population. Right now, they contribute only about 18% of the population, but they're still substantial and, of course, very important swing states. So if you move to the next slide, we'll see Ohio, the quintessential Rust Belt swing state, still much whiter, than many of the other states we looked at in those other regions. And the African American population, substantial, about 11% of eligible voters, but a little bit of an increase over time in Hispanics and Asians, not much. And if you look at the next slide, the share change in Ohio's eligible voters, a little bit more than 1% decline in its white share, and small increases in the Black, Hispanic, and Asian other shares. Let's move on to Pennsylvania. Kind of a similar situation to Ohio. Now, Pennsylvania, I think, could be considered as a split between kind of like New Jersey on the east and Ohio on the west. And you sort of put it all together. There's a slow-growing part of the state and a more rapidly growing, a little bit more diversifying part of the state. But that diversifying part of the state helps to contribute to that little increase in Hispanic eligible voter gain and a little bit of the Asian eligible voter gain. So it's a little bit further, it gets a little bit more whiter than Ohio over time. And you can see over the 2012 to 2016 period, there's a decline of a little more than 1% for the white share. Hispanics are leading the small increase in the minority shares in Pennsylvania. And now we're going to move on to Wisconsin, still another Rust Belt state, the whitest of the ones we've looked at up to here. In fact, in 1980, 96% of eligible voters in Wisconsin were white. And in 2014, it's 87%, still pretty white. And Wisconsin has a little bit of spillover from minorities initially. Blacks moved up from Chicago and other places, and now more Hispanics are moving and making Wisconsin a little bit more diverse. Let's move to the next slide. And you can see that a decline of about a little more than 1% in its white population share, or its eligible voter share. And its Hispanics now are making a little bit more of a dent in the diverse population of Wisconsin than either Asian Americans or blacks. So that's an overview of what's going on in different parts of the country. As I say, in our, as Rui says, in our very voluminous book and in our interactive, you can look up every other state if you want to see what's going on. But these are some highlights, and you can see the diversity, even from 1980 to 2014, is dispersing, especially in those new Sunbelt states.
Thank you very much, Rui and Bill. You were precisely on time, even with our technical glitch. I appreciate that. I think, as you can all see, there's an enormous amount to digest in these presentations, and we have three very distinguished panelists who are going to help us do that. Let me first introduce all three and pose an initial question. Ron Brownstein is the editorial director for strategic partnerships at Atlantic Media and a weekly columnist for the National Journal. Ron has been writing about demographic data for many years, and he has been steeped in the data for the States of Change project, having written a 4-part preview in National Journal a few weeks ago. Ron, could you comment in particular on what these changes might mean for partisan polarization, and also say a word or two about the white vote, what your expectations are of the white vote and the white working class? Then we're going to turn to Matt Barreto, who's the co-founder of the research and polling firm Latino Decisions and author of the 2014 Latino America, How America's Most Dynamic Population is Poised to Transform the Politics of the Nation. Matt is also a political science professor at UCLA. Matt, my question to you is, how volatile do you think the Latino vote is, and is it up for grabs? Finally, Michael Dimmock, president of the Pew Research Center, a political scientist by training. Michael is the driving force and co-author of many of Pew's landmark research reports. And I'm going to ask Michael the extent to which public opinion shifts are affecting the demographic shifts. Has anything changed in the post-2012 period that might make it easier or harder for parties to make their cases to various demographic groups? Are the parties ready for the shifts that we're seeing in the electorate? We'll start with you, Ron, and then we'll also have time for your questions.
Great. Is that on? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Carlin, and thank you, Roy and Bill. It's a fabulous report. There's, there's a lot to chew on. You don't want to necessarily digest it all in one sitting, but there's a huge amount of data here. And with all of the cross currents that we see in American politics and in the changing demography of the country, I kind of feel that the state of modern American politics can be reduced to one sentence at this point, which is that Republicans cannot win enough minorities to consistently control the White House, and Democrats cannot win enough whites to consistently control the House. And the Senate, for reasons I'll explain in a minute, is, I think, disposed toward something, its natural waterline is something very close to 50-50. This is a very frustrating situation for both parties, and it is a very difficult one for the country. And I think that this fracturing of authority is rooted in each case in the same overlapping generational, racial, and geographic realignment that we are living through. You know, when the AEI was first developing and many of its kind of stalwart figures were in government, we were in the period of what was called the Republican lock on the Electoral College. Republicans won the popular vote, won the White House 5 out of 6 times from 68 to 88, averaged over 400 Electoral College votes in that period. Since 92, Democrats have now won the popular vote 5 out of 6 times, somewhat obscured by the asterisk election of 2000. And I believed in the first period, and I believe in this period, you don't win the popular vote 5 out of 6 times just because you have better technology or your candidates are better. It isn't by happenstance. When you win 5 out of 6 times, it is because big blocks in the electorate have realigned in a way that provide a lasting advantage to one side or the other. And the fact is that since 1992, when we kind of had the pivot from the period of Republican presidential advantage to the one of Democratic presidential advantage, we've seen 3 big changes in the electorate. We've seen what I like to call the class inversion among whites, which is that Democratic candidates are now running better on a national basis among college-educated than non-college whites. Every Democratic nominee from Stevenson through Mondale ran better among, at least Carter, excuse me, I guess Mondale ran better among non-college than college whites. We've seen that reverse over the last 30 years to the point where Gore, Kerry, and Obama twice ran better among college than non-college, and that's why that demographic shift is so important. That's rooted in the importance of social issues. Since 2000, the entrance of millennials into the electorate has helped the Democrats at the presidential level. And most importantly is the change in the racial composition of the electorate. You know, we've gone, as Roy pointed out, from roughly 81% of the voters, eligible voters, being non-white in 92. 81% being white in 92, down to 71% in 2012, and the likelihood of that going down to just below 69% in 2016, roughly 2 points every 4 years. And while the actual voters are a little higher, they are following the same progression. Depending on whether you use the census numbers, it was down to 74 in 2012. If you use the exit poll, it's down to 72 in 2012. And the likelihood is that it will drop another 2 points over these 4 years to 2016. Now, minority voters are not monolithic, as we are going to hear, but the fact remains that for all of these differences, every Democratic nominee since 1976 has won between 78 and 82% of the combined non-white vote, except for John Kerry in 2004. The total variation has been between 78 and 82% among the combined non-white vote for the last 40 years. So if you kind of do that math and you say the minority share of the vote increases another 2 points to 2016, and unless Republicans find a way to prevent Democrats from winning about 4/5 of that vote, as they have done over the last 40 years in all but one case, the Republican presidential nominee to win a national majority is going to have to approach or equal Ronald Reagan's vote, not in 1980 among whites, but in 1984, in the greatest landslide of modern history. Could happen. I don't know if you'd want to bet your party on it happening. Now, the problem Democrats have is that despite this, despite the fact that Obama lost whites, Mitt Romney won a higher share of the white vote in 2012 than Ronald Reagan did in 1980, still lost by 5 million votes. The fact is that President Obama won fewer counties in winning by 5 million votes than Michael Dukakis did in 1988 when he lost. President Obama won fewer counties than any winner in the last 100 years. President Obama won a higher share of his total vote in his 100 best counties of any winner in the last 100 years. And what that says is that the Democratic vote, and in particular this minority population, despite the changes that Bill is documenting that are happening, is a very concentrated, urbanized vote. And that means that when you get to the House, even before you get to redistricting, even apart from the boom and bust problem Democrats have with their coalition not turning out particularly young people at the same level in midterm elections, Democrats have a structural problem in the House. We've calculated at our Next America project that there are 263 House seats where the white share of the population is larger than the national average, 263, because of this concentration. Republicans now have 199 of those 263 House seats. Okay, that's a 135 seat advantage. If you look at House seats where the white share of the population is above the national average and the white share of college graduates is below the national average, Republicans now have 150 of those 175 House seats. And those House seats are the kind of the seats with a heavy influence of white working class, the formerly blue dog, formerly rural kind of places. And what that says to me when you add this all up is that the level of white support that Democrats are winning that is sufficient for them to win the White House, and I think puts the possession arrow in their direction at the White House, is not sufficient to win the House. There is some higher number among whites that they have to win in order to win the House than they have been capable of winning. I mean, we've had 3 elections. Up until 2010, Republicans had never won, in the history of polling, had never won 60% of whites in a House contest in the national exit poll or the University of Michigan polls that go back to 1948. They've now won 60, 59, and 60. The challenge for Democrats in the House is that may be the floor. The challenge for Republicans at the presidential is that may be very close to the ceiling. And it could be very difficult to get all the way up to what you would need to win at the presidential level if you don't improve among minorities. Campaigns count, conditions count, parties adapt. No rule is ironclad. Anything can, in any short-term, immediate, there are only so many cases. 2016 could go the other way if President Obama's approval rating is weak, if the Democrats run a bad campaign, if Republicans successfully adapt to these changing demographics. But I would say to you that while demographics are not destiny, they don't stop by themselves either. It's just it's not going to go away without something causing it to go away. Bill Clinton in 1992, who began this shift toward an era where Democrats have been winning the popular vote, ran a campaign explicitly on the idea that Democrats had to accept the fact that they had lost a national majority and had to try to reformulate their agenda in a way that would rebuild a majority. I think the Republicans are still enormously conflicted about whether they have to do that. There is a loud segment of the party that believes they are still the natural majority party at the presidential level, that Obama was some sort of an anomaly, that this minority growth is going to go away when he does. It predated him. It is likely to long outlive him. It is rooted in the underlying change of the population more than it is, I think, any particular excitement about him. So implications real quick for what this means for the country. One, I think it means that in the near term, we are going to continue the pattern that we are in, where neither party has been able to establish any lasting control, particularly in a unified way over government. Through 2016, we will have one party controlling the White House, the House, and the Senate for only 12 of the previous 48 years. For the 72 years before that, one party had unified control for 58 of the 72 years. We've gone from 58 out of 72 unified control to 12 out of 48. No one's held unified control for more than 4 years in the past, since 1968. Second, I think the second thing we're going to see is, as a result of this likelihood of divided government more often than not, we're going to continue to see presidents push the absolute envelope of executive power and authority. Because it's going to be harder and harder to get your agenda through Congress, especially with the kind of parliamentary shift, evolution of Congress. And we're going to see, we saw it with George W. Bush on national security. We're seeing it with President Obama on domestic issues. I like to say that President Obama is reducing his exposure to John Boehner at the price of increasing his exposure to John Roberts. And I think that is what we are going to continue to see from presidents. And finally, I think we're going to see, and Paul Taylor, who's in the audience and has written about this as well, and Bill, of course, provides the underlying data that kind of made this whole idea possible. We see an enormous challenge for the country because we are going through 2 demographic revolutions simultaneously. We are diversifying and we are aging. I call this phenomenon the brown and the gray. Our under 18 population will be majority non-white by 2018. This current year is the first year ever in American history when a majority of our K-12 public school system kids are non-white. That's now. That's not 2043. That is today. On the other hand, our senior population, although Roy has a different emphasis on this, our senior population today is 80% white. And that number is declining, but it will decline relatively slowly. These 2 two enormous generations are now the cornerstone of each party's coalition. The core of the Republican coalition are whites over 45. Romney got 60% of his votes from whites over 45, even though they're about 40% of the electorate. The core of the Democratic coalition are younger non-whites. They have very different visions about the country. By and large, the younger non-white population believes it needs public investment in things like education and healthcare to move itself or its kids or both into the middle class. The older white population has moved, appropriately enough, in a very 80s Reaganite direction. They're very skeptical of public spending on pretty much anything except Medicare and Social Security, coincidentally enough. And you can have great conversations like that in Iowa, and I will again over the next year as the caucuses come. And this creates just an enormous degree of polarization in our two coalitions. But the irony here is that unless we do a better job of getting more of these young minority kids and families into the middle class, all of the workforce growth through 2030 is projected to be non-white, all of it. In fact, more than 100% of it. The number of whites in the workforce is expected to decline. So unless we do a better job of getting more of these kids into the middle class, there's going to be nobody to pay the payroll taxes to support Social Security and Medicare for the aging white baby boomers. There is no financial security for the gray without financial opportunity for the brown. Our politics today does not allow for that, but ultimately we're going to have to find some generational racial accommodation, or else we're going to face not only polarization, but a society that I think economically does not work very well.
Ron, thank you very much. And I'm sure that you should be thinking about your questions because that provocative presentation will certainly produce some. Matt, Ron touched on the question of the minority vote, of the Latino vote overall, and let's get your perceptions about whether or not it's up for grabs, and then I have a second question.
Okay, great. Thanks for the invitation to be here, be on this panel, and also to get some early looks at this data, which is just stunning. They walked us through the changes over the last 30 years, but I think as you look forward, as we'll continue to talk about those changes in the next 30 to 40 years, are even more stunning and more interesting to see how that develops. And so it's a real pleasure to be able to read that and look at that data. Starting with the question that was thrown on the table, it is a follow-up to part of what Ron was talking about, is how volatile is the Latino vote? Is it really up for grabs? And I think that the Latino vote is volatile for two specific reasons. The first is dramatic swings in turnout. And I'll add to this growth. And so sometimes the Latino vote ends up being a larger share of a state than we had anticipated, than even some of the data might anticipate. But then other times, such as perhaps the 2014 election or others, the Latino vote ends up being a smaller share than even the dramatic growth is projecting. And so you have dramatic swings in share and turnout, and that makes it volatile, even if the partisan vote doesn't swing. And so that's an extremely important thing to pay attention to and to look at, is what share will it be? And it's not just growing linearly. And if you look at the Latino vote, which was evidenced a bit, although African Americans and Asian Americans also experience sort of the boom and the bust of midterm and turnout, but in Rui's very, very first slide, where the white share was coming down linearly, and then it sort of zigzagged a bit, where we see really, really dramatic changes. And so that's an important reason why the Latino vote is volatile. And the second is the actual vote preference. And underlying vote preference is what we as political scientists study in terms of strength of party identification. Where do you get your party identification? How strong is it? How many elections in a row do you vote the same way? And we know that you learn this from your parents, you learn this from defining elections, and because the Latino population is newer into the electorate, both as a very young population, our median age is something like 26. Half of the entire 53 million of us are under the age of 26, so that's why we're showing up in these slides for the next 40 years. And so youngsters don't have strong party identification. And then another big chunk are naturalized citizens, people who might be older, but they're brand new into the electorate. They're just figuring out their party identification. And so it does make the vote volatile. And I think that's been masked a bit by the Obama elections. If we look at Latino party identification, about 61% of Latinos identify as Democrats, 22% as Republicans. But within each of those, and that would seem to be, in the numbers that Ron was speaking, a pretty good tilt for the Democrats, but within each of those camps, only about half of those folks answer follow-up questions by saying that they're strong partisans, much lower rates than for other racial or ethnic groups. So it's only about 30% of Latinos say they're strong Democrats, and only about 10% say they're strong Republicans. Now, the ones who are what we call leaners, they certainly lean in one direction or another, but they're also persuadable. It was in 2004, exactly 10 years ago, now 11, I guess, that George W. Bush won about 40% of the Latino vote. This was the outlier election that Ron referenced when Kerry did not hit those robust minority numbers. So 40%. Now contrast that to the less than 25% that we think Mitt Romney got in 2012. That 15-point swing or so is sort of the definition of a swing electorate or volatility. I think as we look forward, the question is whether or not that will be cemented at the 25, 75, or even 70-30 level, or whether that will move. And I think there's two important points on this. The first is that on the Republican field, I think that there's very good reason to believe that Jeb Bush has an opportunity to rebuild the GOP image. Of course, if he can stay true to his message and get through the Republican primary, this is the big question mark, and a bit of learning that perhaps has come from someone like Mitt Romney, who was undoubtedly, in 2007 at least, a much more moderate and centrist candidate, and emerged in 2012, especially on issues important to minority constituencies, not just immigration, but other issues related to income inequality and other issues, as a very right-wing conservative candidate. And I don't think that's where Governor Romney had started 5 years before. And so the question is whether or not Jeb Bush will be able to break through. I think he has a significant opportunity. Not only because of the demographics of his family, which are portrayed in these changing demographics of America, but in terms of his policy positions. There are policy positions that will allow him to rebuild and improve the GOP image. But he has to be able to stay true to that message in the primary, and I think that that will be a significant challenge. The second issue of volatility is that if Hillary Clinton becomes the Democratic nominee, she has a serious opportunity to hit and eclipse the 80% mark with Latino voters. Now, if that happens, which I think that between these two scenarios there's a better likelihood of, if that happens, I think you are now starting to talk about a more permanent realignment in the Latino vote. If you go on consecutive elections for Obama of 69, 74% or so, and then hit or eclipse the 80% mark, those are the sort of things that create weak partisans into strong partisans, that if you vote 3 election years in a row at that high of rate. And so I think that this is perhaps the most interesting election for us from the Latino perspective, because we'll see that volatility. We'll expect to see that large growth in a presidential year. But there's also going to be the question of who the nominees are. And it could end up being, and I'll just conclude this segment with this final remark, it could end up being one of these elections that has faster than anticipated growth. And the reason might be, and this gets to a comment about these future projections, is that we might see further increased registration and voting by minorities as critical mass develops. So there could be a critical mass story. That is, these projections are mostly linear, but it could be that minorities, Latinos in particular, start to register at higher rates than their current rates, and so they go into the eligible and into the actual vote at higher rates. As the population becomes 10% or so of a state, then candidates and parties start to pay attention and interest groups start to pay attention. And so I think that we'll probably see in Nevada, which they highlighted is really the best case study of this, going from like 3% of the electorate being Latino in 96 to now up to 17%, just in a couple of election cycles. So, and there was a critical mass issue there, and the state was competitive, and the candidates, particularly the Democratic candidates, wanted to get out that Latino vote to push against the white vote that they were losing. And so if we see those candidates emerge, we'll see volatility, but I think we're going to start seeing in some key states and in some of the projections faster than anticipated growth. Once you reach a critical mass, candidates know who you are, they know how to register you and go after your vote.
Thank you very much, Matt. Another question. Today, we have 4 states that are minority majority. That will be 22 in the year 2060. Is it clear to you going forward that African Americans, Hispanics, Asians, and other minority groups will have similar political interests and coalesce in any way, think of themselves as minorities? And I think in particular of the race in California that may pit Kamala Harris, black/Indian, against Antonio Villaraigosa. Are we going to see these kinds of competitions going forward?
I think you're definitely going to start to see more of those competitions in primaries. I think there's no question about that. And if you look at polling data, most racial and ethnic minorities do prefer, at the first cut, someone from their own community to represent them. And so you usually do see lots of divisiveness in those primaries. We've tended to see more gelling in general elections on the Democratic side, and even in nonpartisan elections as well for minority candidates. But that's a good question mark, because right now we're operating under this assumption of this very strong minority coalition in 2 election cycles with a minority candidate. It wasn't just Bill Clinton bringing together minority voters in the 1990s and then wondering to see what happened. But now with Barack Obama, you have a candidate that was able to really resonate, not just with African Americans, but very strongly in 2012 with Hispanics and Asian Americans as well. And so I think there's a question mark to see if the Democratic Party is able to continue to field diverse candidates. And I would put someone like Hillary Clinton in that camp. We already know that the Republican Party is fielding, at a faster rate, more diverse candidates. And certainly there is some appeal there. And so I think that will be the question mark heading into future elections, is whether or not that coalition will stay together. Will they see themselves as a unified minority group? A lot will depend on how the parties reach out and position themselves to this group. And I think a lot will change thinking about public policy and projecting public policy. I don't know that we want to necessarily use our baselines of either minorities or whites today, and this is what this group believes, and so now there's going to be more of them or less of them. Because the younger population, and Ron hit on this, the younger population is already so much more racially integrated and racially diverse that they're more used to and open-minded on these sorts of issues. And so I think that that means that that younger population, both the whites and the minorities, who are commingling and intermarrying and everything at higher rates, I think they could have different views. There could be just much, much more acceptance of diversity, but it doesn't mean that your minority population will be necessarily liberal. I think that race issue, not in the immediate future, but in the more distant future, is going to become neutralized in a way, and that conservatives will also be more open-minded and just okay with diversity, because those future conservatives are the conservatives who are 22 years old right now and grew up in diverse cities and in a diverse America. So,
Thank you very much, Matt. And
Thank you.
Michael, now we'll turn to you to talk about the effects of public opinion on these demographic changes, or the changes on public opinion.
Great. Thank you very much. One of the dangers of following Ron is he packs more into 10 minutes than I ever can, and Matt brought up some great themes. So let me try to respond to your question about public opinion and bring it around a little bit to some of the issues, because I think issues do matter in these demographic stories, and we know that different issues resonate differently with certain segments of the population today. I think projecting forward to 2060, we don't yet know how that would play out, but I think for this conversation to 2016, there are some known knowns about this. If I had to guess right now, all of the tea leaves suggest that 2016 is battled along largely the same grounds that the last couple elections have been battled over, which is the proper role and scope of government. Now, that's sort of straightforward. That is the fundamental crux of the divide between the two parties over the last 50-plus years. But as you see, at least certain elements in the Republican Party starting to back away from, let's say, the culture war as the driving theme, not necessarily all. It could come back. There's certainly an arm of the party that wants to see that be the centerpiece of the battle. You see the battle lines forming predominantly over this proper role and scope of government, and it's tied to taxes, it's tied obviously to the social safety net, it's tied to things like minimum wage and inequality. Infrastructure may come up as a conversation point over this time period. And there, when you talk about these themes of demographic change, there's no sense that the divides that we're seeing, or that the trajectories we're seeing about non-white support staying solidly Democratic and white support staying solidly Republican would change. Because when you look at the core public opinion data on these kind of questions. One of the oldest questions, which do you prefer, a bigger government providing more services or a smaller government providing fewer services? Been asked for decades and decades. 60+% of whites on the side of smaller government, non-whites 60+% on the side of a larger government doing more things. So if that continues to be the core battleground of the debate between the parties, the Republicans' opportunity to reach out and appeal to some of these non-white voters and start to bring messages in that draw their support toward them is challenging, to say the least, and vice versa for Democrats appealing to a larger scope of voters. So when I think about some of those vote totals that Ron's pointing out, some of that I think that we've seen in recent history is lined up along those core debates. I think the other issue that's certainly worth mentioning in this conversation is immigration. It's clearly a significant issue for Latino voters. I don't think anybody would say it is the sole issue for Latino voters. When you ask Latinos about their priorities, when you ask anybody about their priorities, they often tend to look the same, economy, jobs, education. We are all Americans. We all tend to care about largely the same things. But there's no question that immigration creates a unification to some extent among Latino voters, precisely because there is a suffering, to put it simply, that some in the community face as a result of immigration policies today that don't necessarily affect the majority of Latino Americans, but it's something that they identify with and brings a unity to that group. And again, when you look forward to 2016, the question becomes, will Republicans change their tone in any significant way? That we've seen certainly in the past few cycles a sense that the Republican Party's tone, whether it be self-deportation or little off phrases that certainly ring bells in people's minds, but even the extent to which they really want to lean in and address the core issues that a community is facing, you don't see signs of it. I think, as Matt pointed out, the key question for Republicans may be who the nominee ultimately ends up being, and if a nominee gets through a primary process and is able to actually change that tone in a significant way. Probably more about that tone or approach they're taking to talking about immigration than actually achieving a solution. Clearly, I don't think Republicans are going to do much between now and 2016. But I think we've also seen over the last few years that immigration matters for Democrats. It's not a clear win for Democrats, or you've seen a lot of variability in how Latinos view the Democratic Party on the issue of immigration. I think there's no question that the delay that Obama put in place in terms of enacting his executive order over the course of this past year really resonated with Latino voters. There was a sense that not only was the president failing, but the Democratic Party as a whole was failing to live up to its promises for this community, failing to live up to its principles in some respect. And again, that has a sort of symbolic effect. You saw Democratic Party some signs that Democratic Party affiliation, or at least the strength, was declining over this period among Latinos. Obama's popularity and support was declining among Latinos, particularly on the issue of immigration, but arguably more broadly. And I think some polling, particularly that Matt had done, showed that once he did execute the executive order and started to shift his language on the issue, that has an effect on Latino voters. In some respects, Republicans have a tonal problem on this issue. Democrats have a performance problem. There's an expectation that the party ought to be solving something, that the president ought to be attacking this issue, and the hesitancy to do so for political reasons is something that I think resonates. So when you think about that going into 2016, it really turns on, as Matt I think was suggesting, a turnout issue more than anything else. I don't know that we see a lot, again, barring a real change in transformative Republican nominee, which is a possibility. You're looking at a situation where the Latino vote probably stays heavily Democratic. It's very hard to imagine a substantial shift in that regard. But the question becomes, is there enough of a motivation to get out and vote for a Democratic candidate to really show up in the numbers that the future portends here? And I think, again, as Matt suggested, that very first slide that Rui put up, it was really compelling because predicting the share of the overall population that will be white and non-white, predicting the overall share of eligible voters who will be white and non-white is clear. Those are demographic kind of principles in place there. It's pretty hardwired. Predicting the share of the actual voters that are going to be white and non-white is trickier. And when we're in a cycle where these lines are sort of crossing, where we're at that very close tipping point, every percentage point really becomes significant, and whether the Latino voters are going to be mobilized. I would pull out a couple key findings as I was reading the report that I really think resonated with me and I think speak to this broader issue. One is that you see in this data a critical fact about the growing non-white vote, which is that it's all people aging up. It's all native-born American citizens who are aging up into this, something on the order of 800,000 Latinos every year turning 18 and becoming eligible in this electorate. That's different than the experience we had over the past 20 years, where a lot of the influx and growth was coming through immigration, a lot of people who were not eligible to vote, and a lot of people whose identity with America was fundamentally different as a result of that, I think. People who were born in this country, who are now second and third generation Latinos becoming the majority within that population. There are a lot of signs that suggests a difference in identity and the way people are thinking about their connection to the nation and their connection to their subgroup, their connection to Latino identity. When you look at immigrants, they tend to, and you say, well, do you think of yourself as, a Mexican American, as a Latino, or as an American? Often that identity is with the home country. There's certainly a connection there to the group that you come from. But as you get into the second and third generation, the identity doesn't shift to Latino, it shifts to American. It shifts to, I was born here, I went to school here. And I think as you project forward, it changes the dynamic of this, and probably even the way that candidates speak to the community is going to be relevant here. Again, the issue of immigration probably crystallizes and unifies that community. If the parties can get off the immigration issue, the future for how that community reacts to the political environment, I think, changes a lot. A second key finding, which is obvious when you look at some of the charts that Bill put up, is that the rate of change varies so much by state. And when you start to look at that electoral college map, you really see the implications of what we're talking about here. Those Nevada numbers are just, so stark in terms of how a state can shift so quickly in terms of its composition and its role in the electoral map. And I think maybe I'll wrap up there just so we can get on to the conversation. But I guess as I look to 2016, I think the issues probably do matter. How prominent immigration is will be a key factor in this mobilization and turnout. And whether this conversation stays fixed on this scope of government is probably going to have a big effect on whether we see any change from what we've seen in the last few cycles.
Thank you very much, Michael. We'll turn to your questions in a few minutes, but I want to begin by asking the panelists if they have any questions for their fellow panelists, and also Rui and Bill to react. And we'll do this very quickly and then turn to your questions. Rui, Bill?
I was just fascinated
on your
with what
mic.
everybody had to say. So, whoops.
Push-
No, I have more questions that could possibly be asked. So I'll just turn it over to Bill.
What do you do here?
You could, yeah, you got to hit this doodad here.
Got it.
No, it's already on, actually. Okay.
No, this was all very enlightening and, points to our projections, really, that are coming up in the next panel. And one of the things that Ron said that
Can't hear you. Speak into the mic.
on or
actually.
not? Can you hear me
Yeah,
now?
just- yeah.
There.
Hear me now?
Much better.
One of the things that Ron talked about is how Obama's victory was on basically probably the 100 biggest counties, but certainly just 100 counties. And of course, there are 3,100 counties in the United States. But a little bit of a foreshadowing till we get to the projections. In about 10 years, there's going to be a decline in the white population in the U.S. And already for a couple of years, there are more white deaths than there are white
Yeah,
births.
like absolute white decline, right?
Absolute white decline, not white share, but absolute decline in the numbers of whites. And there are already, in some years, and there will be when we get to that point, more white deaths in a year than there are white births plus immigrants to the United States. A lot of the rest of those very heavily Republican voting counties are going to be bearing the brunt of this natural decline of whites. Now, it's a long way down the road, but and I think that's something to keep in mind when we're looking at the projections down the road. Not going to affect the next couple of cycles, but it will eventually.
All right, we'll now be able to turn to your questions, and if you could please identify yourselves, and we'll start with you right under the clock, and we are precisely on time. I'm very impressed. Yes. Please wait for the microphone, I'm sorry.
I'm Tim Clark. I'm with Atlantic Media Company, Government Executive Magazine. So we have this concentration on the scope of government, yet nothing is really happening at the federal level. And my question is, we're also seeing great diversity in approaches to government in the states. So are we going to see this scope of government issue play out to a significant degree in the next 4 to 8 years at the state level?
Who would like to take that? Ron?
I think the answer is yes. I mean, I think that essentially, again, thinking back to the 80s when I first started covering politics, governors very consciously saw themselves as the adults in the room. They styled themselves as kind of the Washington where the kids in the playground throwing sand at each other, and we just get things done. Whether it was Bruce Babbitt and Jim Hunt or Lamar Alexander. And I think that's totally changed. I think the red-blue prism essentially has absorbed everything, and that the states, the governors, and the attorneys general have been enlisted as just another division in the national fight. I mean, when you see the number of lawsuits being pursued by red states in particular against Obama, so different than, say, in the 90s when Tommy Thompson and John Engler at one key point, as Dan Baltz and I wrote together in a book, sided with President Clinton against the House Republicans on Rick Santorum on a critical element of immigration, on welfare reform. That is inconceivable today. And I think you are seeing in a parallel way, the states pull apart, red and blue states. In the aftermath of Newtown, Connecticut, California, Colorado tightened gun control laws, and South Dakota armed teachers. Right? I mean, the past 3 years have been, even before the court decision, possibly the greatest, fastest social breakthrough in public policy in modern times was the advance of gay marriage through blue states over the last 3 years. The last 3 years were also the best years since Roe v. Wade for restrictions on abortion. The anti-abortion forces had their best 3 years ever in red states. So I think that is the trajectory that we are on, and it'll be fascinating to see how it plays out. I mean, part of the Democratic challenge, as we point out here, is that even in the swing states, they are winning at the presidential level. They have fallen off the table in the state level. If you look at the 11 states that both parties treat as the true swing states, in the last 6 elections, Democrats have won them 45 out of a combined 66 times at the presidential level. In each case, they have one state house and one state senate of those 11. Republicans have 10 of 11. They have 7 of the 11 governorships. And you are seeing just a real weakness for the Democrats below the presidential level. If they don't win the White House in 2016, I think there's going to be just like something close to a collective nervous breakdown in the party because so much else has rotted underneath.
Any other? Okay, in the back, far back.
Hi, thanks. Scotty Greenwood, McKenna Long. 2 quick questions. Matt, I wanted to know why you think Hillary could eclipse 80%. What would that be about? And I would just also like to ask the panel, you've talked a little bit about the potential nominees, let's say Jeb and Hillary. Could you talk about the running mates? Like, do you think the Republican might put a Hispanic woman on the ticket, for example? Could the Democrat, if it's Hillary, put a white guy like Mark Warner? And do the VP picks matter at all in this? Thanks.
Thanks. I'll take the first crack at that. So we've done a lot of polling looking at Hillary's pluses and minuses, and you can find a lot of that on our website, latinodecisions.com. It's all publicly cataloged and available. When she ran in 2008, she really ran on the strength of the Hispanic vote. She wasn't worried about if she didn't survive in Iowa living another day. And so a lot of her early organizing was in getting Latino endorsements and across the states in Nevada and California. And a lot of those, February 5th, I think was the day, the Super Tuesday states. And so she had huge amounts of endorsements. And she had a lot of name recognition and favorability coming from the Clinton presidency. And so she started out with a huge advantage, and then she worked to cultivate that. So starting again in 16, I think she'll pick up right where she left off in terms of having really, really high name recognition, huge amounts of endorsements. And her policy rhetoric on immigration has started to change and get, I would say, more favorable. She's also viewed as very favorable in terms of Secretary of State days. But in '08, she campaigned definitely to the center of Obama on immigration issues in particular. She was against driver's licenses for undocumented immigrants. She was mostly in favor of a comprehensive approach that emphasized border security first. She had statements like that. She's changed a lot her rhetoric on those issues, and she's much more, I would say, in line with the immigration advocacy and comprehensive reform movement. And so I think that issue, she'll start with a huge advantage, but that issue allows her to even perhaps surpass some of the Obama numbers in particular. I'll just say very briefly about vice presidential candidates. I think someone like Brian Sandoval is definitely on the radar. I do not think Susana Martinez is. I think Brian Sandoval definitely is. And someone like that, we estimated that he got about 50% of the Hispanic vote in Nevada in his reelect, down from maybe only like 20% when he first ran. And that was the big Harry Reid year in Nevada. But he's done significant outreach. And he also publicly stated that he did not join the lawsuit that his attorney general filed against Obama on repealing DACA and DAPA. He said, I wasn't a part of that. He's expanded ESL. He's done a lot of things, I think, that you've seen could be someone to make inroads.
Yeah. Matt, why don't you think Susana Martinez could be a vice president?
I think that in her more national public appearances, that she's stumbled a bit more. I think that she's good when she's on the stump that she has, but in Q&A and other things, she hasn't been as strong. I think she's on the immigration issue specifically, which is, of course, one of the reasons that the Republicans would want to put a Hispanic on the ticket. She has not been nearly as consistent or centrist as Brian Sandoval. She's trying to get a bill passed in her state to prevent undocumented immigrants from having driver's licenses. She has supported the Arizona bill. She has opposed it. So she hasn't been as good on that issue. And I think just from, talking to people in New Mexico, there's less certainty that she sort of has, I think, those sort of credentials that a Brian Sandoval does.
Let's turn to this side of the room. There's a question back here. And please identify yourself.
Thank you. Juan Navarro from Demos. I have a question to probably anyone in the panel, but we saw a little bit of talk about racial diversity, and this has been a lot of racial diversity toward the end. I would like to go back to generational diversity and see if, especially those who have done public opinion, if you see diversity of opinion among whites, millennials, and boomers in terms of the scope of government, given that millennials have grown up in the midst of an economic crisis, and if you see those generational differences as well with minorities and people of color.
Michael.
Sure. No, I'm glad you asked that, because we talked a lot about race and ethnicity, but I think the generational element of a lot of this really matters, about the grays and the changing dynamics of all this. And again, as you project forward, of course, you just have to break your mindset of thinking about the current young-old divide and thinking about what the future young-old divide is, because it's going to be different generations with different dynamics. I mean, as recently as the 90s, there was no difference in how many young people and old people were voting Democratic in elections, because, of course, you had a New Deal generation that was still sort of hanging around at the upper end, had very strong Democratic leanings, and you had a sort of Gen X generation at the lower end that had some Republican leanings coming out of the Reagan cycle. But to your question about millennials, I think, where you see the divide, the strongest generational divides are over some of these, as we often call them, social issues, or I think more rightly said, issues related to diversity itself, whether it be immigration policy or gay marriage or anything that's defined by embracing difference in our society versus being concerned about difference in our society. Those are where those generational divides tend to be just the most dramatic. they are there on the economic issues as well. And as you say, this is a generation that, well, the older end of the millennial generation is really defined more by the contrast between Bush and Obama. These are the folks who came up, their first political experience is the war in Iraq, which seemed like something that wasn't working so well. Then comes along this breath of fresh air. That contrast, I think, really defines a big difference in this generation. But now you've got a younger group who don't really remember that, right? 18-year-olds in 2016 were 10 when Obama was elected. They were 10 when the economy fell apart. They don't really see that contrast in there. The war in Iraq is sort of, a memory, like many other historical memories. And so how they're going to define this, I think, is really interesting, looking to 2016. I mean, this could be the kind of election that becomes a pivotal point in how people think about what the party brands were, just as Reagan's election was for a generation of what we can now call Gen Xers. It's sort of a defining moment, or the Kennedy elections or other elections were for boomers. So I actually think it's very interesting. To your question about diversity, I think you've heard a little bit here, and I suspect everybody could go on this table could go a lot deeper into the idea that not talking about non-whites as one group is sort of a fiction, and there is an enormous amount of difference internally. I think the Latino question is a particularly interesting one because, as we were saying before, there's this difference generationally even there between older generations of Latinos and younger who are, again, predominantly aging up within the United States and are, I think, looking at their identity and their position in the political system differently. The big challenge, I think, is getting those turnout numbers up. If you've got those 800,000 turning 18 this year, another 800,000 next year, another 800,000 in 2016, how many of them are going to show up and vote in that election? Because that's where a real critical mass can come from. But we all know the challenges of getting those folks to the polls.
Yeah.
If I could just add to that, in terms of specifically white millennials, I mean, we know that from the data that millennials as a generation tend to be more sympathetic to the role of government than older generations. But it's not just because of non-whites, the heavier concentration of non-whites among the millennial generation. It's also because if you compare white millennials to white baby boomers and so on, white millennials also tend to be more sympathetic to the role of government than older generations among whites. So that's significant. And one thing that we found from a study we did several years ago at CAP, which I thought was pretty interesting, is if you look at white college-educated and white working class people from older generations, you see a pretty heavy split on sort of general favorability toward the role of government and the scope of government. You'd actually see much less of a split among white millennials. In other words, the working class and college-educated components of that group are again, both relatively sympathetic compared to older generations of whites and also pretty close to one another. So that's, we'll see how that plays out. I mean, all of this stuff's subject to change. Who knows what these younger millennials are going to be like, as Mike's pointing out. But I think that's an important thing to note.
Yeah. I'm going to put two questions on the table right now. First, Bill Galston, and then Alan Abramowitz. And you could ask your questions, and then I'll let the entire panel respond to them. Bill? Yeah, sorry. And
I'm Bill Galston from Brookings, and I'm going to pose a question that calls for pure speculation.
All right.
We're good at that.
We're good at that.
It goes like this. If you look at the situation of the United States in a century ago, a huge wave of immigration from new places, and you seem to have at that point three great demographic poles in the population, sort of the old line Protestants, African Americans, and then this new group of immigrants who came from Southern Europe. Many of them were swarthier than the Protestants were accustomed to, et cetera, et cetera. And one projection of our future at that point might have been the diversity projection. But within a generation or two, the black-white dyad had been restored as the operative political and cultural dyad in this country. We are now presupposing that this new wave of diversification will, in some respects, break that dyad down. How sure are we that that's the right way to think about our future, or perhaps what happened a century ago is a harbinger of what's to come?
Let's put Alan's question on the table, too. Heather.
So my question is for Matt, but really for anyone on the panel who would want to take a stab at this, which is...
Speak into the mic, I think it's just all.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my question is for Matt, but also for anyone else, which is looking forward to 2016 and the opportunity that a candidate like Jeb Bush might have to expand Republican support among Latino voters, and to what extent is that being undermined right now by what's going on at the moment, and particularly by the actions that are being taken by this Republican Congress, which it seems to me are almost designed to push Latinos away from the Republican Party. Is that likely to have a lasting impact on, or at least an impact as far as 2016?
Okay. Who would like to take Bill's question?
I can take that.
Okay.
You know, I think if your real question about the white-black dyad, or the black non-black dyad, I guess, that has emerged over time, I guess suggests that perhaps we will have more merging between Latinos and Asians and whites, but that black separation may stay constant over time. And I guess I'm optimistic that it won't. I mean, by simply looking at interracial marriages in the United States, we now see that about 1 in 7 black marriages involve blacks and whites. Black-white marriages were illegal not too long ago in 16 states, I think 1967 or something like that. And you also look at people who identify their children, whether they're black or white. About 1 in 7 white infants are identified as black and white by their parents. Of course, the infants don't fill out the census.
Not yet.
And, you know, I think, again, this kind of younger generation openness that a lot of people have talked about here is going to be a lot different over time. And there's clear economic distinctions, and there's clearly discrimination, and there's clearly segregation and all of that. But I guess I'm hopeful that things will be a little better going forward, especially because the mainstream white population is going to be a much smaller part of what's going on with all these other interracial marriages and mixes. I may be wrong, but I mean, I think it'll be different this time.
Ron?
Can I just add something on Bill's question? You know, the classic book on the period you're writing about, John Hyam's book, Strangers in the Land, which is the history of immigration and nativism from roughly 1870 to 1920. And the big intervening event in what you're describing is that the backlash against the change reached the point that in 1921 and 1924, we shut off immigration for the next 40 years until 1965. And that kind of, you know, took some of the pressure off in a way that allowed some of the changes that you're describing. You're essentially saying, you know, if you go back in the period 1910, from basically 1900 to 1920, the new immigrants, particularly from Southern Europe, the second wave, were viewed as viewed as non-white, and then they came to be viewed as white. And you know, implications of that there might be implications of that parallel politically. I guess I think this will be a little different. I think that there will be more of a sense going forward of the country as a melange, as a mosaic. And that the idea then was that, you know, the phrase was 100% Americanism, that everybody had to melt into the same thing. That was kind of the fear, I think, that led to the 21 and 24 acts, was that people were not assimilating, and then the country was being changed in fundamental ways. I think gradually there's going to be, I think, in the younger generation, the idea that you don't all have to be the same thing, and that the country is in fact defined by the kind of the mixture of all of the. So I think it will be different. I will also say, and this is using data from Pew, and which would very helpfully have run this. I think part of the challenge Republicans face is that not all Republicans are uneasy about the changes that the country is experiencing, but of the Americans who are uneasy about the changes the country experiences, they are predominantly in the base of the Republican Party. One of the great Pew questions that they ask in their typology is, and they've asked this for a number of years, we've asked it also in our Next America project, very straightforward question. Do you believe the growing number of newcomers fulfills the American tradition of revitalizing ourselves with fresh blood, or are the growing number of newcomers a threat to American society? We're now up to 60-40 roughly positive. Republicans are essentially split. And among data they ran for me, among the growing number of non-college Republicans, that's the flip side of this class inversion, the Republican Party has a much bigger blue-collar component than it used to. Non-college Republicans, Republicans without a four-year degree, a majority of them believe this is a negative on the country. And, I think you see that pressure on the party in everything that has to do with issues of race and immigration. And so there is this kind of centrifugal pressure on them that is different than, I think, this evolving kind of perception of America as something that is a coat of many colors kind of thing. There is a portion of the Republican base in particular that is uneasy with that.
Matt, I'm going to give you the last word. I'm sorry I didn't get to all of your questions, but I'll try to get you in the next round. And we need to start the next panel at 10:55, and that's just a few minutes from now. Matt, would you begin?
Sure, thanks. And that's a good transition where Ron left us off on sort of the uneasiness within many of those blue-collar Republicans, because I think that's what's being reflected particularly in the House, although surprisingly now 4 iterations, perhaps 5 now in the Senate. The votes that they're taking, I think, are undermining the growth and opportunity report that Reince Priebus wrote 2 years ago, in which he outlined and called for the party to take a better stance on this, to push for comprehensive reform. And it is undermining the likes of folks like Jeb Bush. But as you know well, when it gets to presidential elections, we still have candidate-centered elections. And so I think that if someone like Bush is able to emerge, he does pose a bit more of an opportunity for the Republicans to rebrand themselves and to regain part of their image. But it'll be a hard sell. It's going to be a hard sell for him to make that if the House in particular is continuing to campaign against that issue, immigration reform, that he's perhaps trying to bring together. So it'll be very tricky. You'll see, Republicans perhaps even campaigning against some of those messages. I read in Mark Caputo's playbook this morning that, Rubio was getting heckled by conservatives in New Hampshire asking why he supported immigration reform. So it's definitely going to be an issue.
Matt, thank you very much, and please join me in thanking the panelists. We'll have a 2-minute break. 3-minute break, I'm sorry.
3-minute break. My goodness.
Hi, Ron. Henry Olson.
Yeah, good to see you.
Could we all please take our seats? We're missing one panelist.
Hey, how you doing, Sean?
What's that?
Oh, yeah.
We've lost an Abramowitz. Oh, he went to the bathroom. There might have been a line or something.
Welcome back. Our next panel will look at long-term demographic change. And as you will see, diversity is coming to every corner of America. Today, 4 states are majority-minority. In 2060, 22 will be. Rui and Bill will make initial presentations, and they will then be followed by Alan Abramowitz and Henry Olsen, whom I'm going to introduce now. Alan is the Alban W. Barkley Professor of Political Science at Emory University. He's the author of 6 books, including his most recent book, The Polarized Public: Why American Government is So Dysfunctional. He is one of the nation's leading election forecasters and has an impressive track record of prediction. Henry Olsen is a senior fellow at the Ethics and Public Policy Center in Washington. His work focuses on the electoral challenges facing modern American conservatism, and he's hard at work on a book that will be titled New Century, New Deal: How Conservatives Can Win Hearts, Minds, and Elections. He, too, has an impressive record in terms of predictions. Alan and Henry will speak for 10 minutes each on the big picture, and then we'll turn to your questions. Rui? And this should work.
Actually works now?
Yes.
Okay. Technology marches on. Great. Well, we're back. Bill and I are back, tag teaming you on these data. As Carlin mentioned, this presentation is going to be about the really big picture. Just unleash your imaginations. We're going to look at a sweep of 80-plus years of American, past and future history and what that portends in terms of some of these changing demographics. I will talk about the national picture as it relates to those changes, and Bill will pick it up with the regions and the states. And before I do that, I just want to kind of plug again the report. 150 pages of solid gold on both the CAP and AEI websites, and of course that fantastic interactive that you can while away many happy hours looking at. So be sure to give those a look, but without further ado, on to our presentation. Let's see, this in theory works? Yeah, okay. So this is a racial composition of U.S. eligible voters from 1980 to 2060. So both our past trend data combined with our future projections data. And what these show you is that we're gone from a situation in around 1980 when 16% of eligible voters were minorities, 16%. And by the time we get to 2060, our projections indicate that we'll have about 54% minority eligible voters. That's not 54% of the population, that's 54% minority eligible voters. Now, it's interesting to note that if we look at our next slide, this is something I foreshadowed earlier. What this shows is that the gap is narrowing between the percent of the whole population that's eligible, that's minority, and the percent of eligible voters that are minority. basically by the time we get to 2060, we expect about 56% of the whole population to be minority and 54% of eligible voters to be minority. That's only roughly a 2-point gap, a little bit over 2 points. So that's quite significant that these two things are going to converge in the future. Now, why is that? Well, I'm glad you asked. This is because of the eligibility increase rate among voting age population, which in turn is driven by the fact that basically new minority growth of Asians, particularly Hispanics, is going to be driven by fertility, not immigration. Fertility, not immigration. So all of those people are going to be able to vote once they reach voting age. So we see the eligibility rate of the VAP, of the voting age population, going from about 69% for Hispanics today. Asians are about 79%, I think. But by the time we're projecting that by the time we get to 2060, those eligibility rates for those 18 and over are going to be over 90%. So that's a huge change, and that's part of why we see that gap narrow. Now, race isn't the only change that's going to go on in our country, of course, in the next 45 years. And we're also going to continue to see what you might call the graying of America. And this chart shows you how that works out for the population as a whole. In 1980, about 27% of the population were children, were 0 to 17. About 11% were seniors, only 11%. Now, we talked a little earlier about how that's changed to 2014. We take it all the way out to 2060, and we're actually going to get to the point where seniors are going to be a larger share of our population than children. About 23% of the U.S. pop will be seniors, and about 20% will be children. So that's a huge change. Now, this has a really large effect in the eligible voter pool. Let's look at, breaks it down. Obviously, the kids aren't here anymore. We're just looking at people over 18 who are citizens. In 1980, about 29% of eligible voters were young adults, 18 to 29. And about 17% were seniors. Now, flash forward to 2060, and you've got 16% of eligible voters being young adults and 29% being seniors. So they've exactly flipped. They've essentially changed places, the shares that are young adults and the shares that are seniors over this lengthy time period. So that's a pretty significant change. But one thing to keep in mind about this, and about all age groups in the population, is that they're all going to become more diverse over time. That's particularly true of children, who this chart shows that in 1980, in 2014, about 46% of people under 18, of children, are minorities, and only 23% of seniors. But by the time we get to 2060, 65%, almost 2/3 of America's children will be drawn from minority groups. But it's also true that seniors will be pushing half minority by that time, about 46% minority we're projecting by 2060. So all age groups are going to be massively affected by this diversification. And this brings up another interesting point, I think, about these changes, which is that, Ron has talked about two very important things that are, in some ways could be seen as being in conflict or going in different directions: a browning of America, increased diversity, and the graying of America. So you got the brown versus the gray, sort of this kind of white-heavy seniors versus minority-heavy young people. However, I think that to really understand the true complexity of these changes, we have to keep in mind these age groups are a moving target in terms of diversity. So I not only talk about the browning of America and the graying of America, I talk about the browning of the gray. And that's what this chart shows you. This is the growth of senior eligible voters from 1980 to 2060. Basically, if you break this down, once we getting past where we are today around 2014, about 3/4 of the growth in senior eligible voters to 2040 is going to be from minority senior eligible voters, 3/4. And by the time you get to 2060, you see the white seniors start essentially declining as a share of eligible voters after 2040. By the time you get to 2060, you can account for all of the increase in senior eligible voters from minority senior eligible voters. So This is all to say that when we talk about the seniorization of the electorate, it's not a white seniorization of the electorate. Those are two very different things. And I think we have to keep in mind that increasing diversification of seniors when we think about the increasing role of the senior vote. So with that salvo about the browning of the gray, I'm going to turn it over to my close comrade in arms, Bill Frey, who's going to take us on a tour of the states, the regions, and so on, starting out with some very interesting maps. Oh, whoops. I didn't need this.
Excellent. Okay, we're going to move to states and regions. And, here's an interesting set of maps which shows you the percentage of minorities that are in different states at different years. If you look at 2014, there are only 4 states that are majority minority, and they're California, New Mexico, Hawaii, and Texas.
Texas. Don't forget Texas.
Okay. But interestingly enough, there are another 13 states where there are there are another 9 states for a total of 13 that are more than 40% minority. And I think those ones, you can see states like Maryland, Georgia, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arizona, New Mexico, they're all in there. Part of that new sun belt that we talked about before, and also the melting pot states. So, we're already sort of browning. But let's move up to 2040. When you move up to 2040, we have we have 13 states that are majority minority, and a lot of those are the same states that were 40% minority in 2014, and you see a much bigger movement of minority across the country. And then back to 2060, where we have 22 states that are majority minority, and if you add in another 10 states that are more than 40% minority, there are 32 states in the United States that are more than 40% minority in 2060. We've really become much more diverse when we look at the total population over time. But let's look at the eligible voter population. It looks more or less the same when you look at over time. These are just the percentage of eligible voters who are minorities over these different periods of time. Actually, there's only 2 states right now that are majority minority with respect to eligible voters. That's Hawaii and New Mexico. But then there's another slew of states that are coming close to 40% or more minority. Move up to 2040, and what we see that there's it's 10 states that are majority minority. But when we move up to 2060, there's actually 21 states that are majority minority. So Rui showed that other map that other graph for the nation as a whole, that the eligible voter minority population is tracking the total population a little closer as we go further in time. So there's almost the same as many states majority minority in 2040 that are eligible voters as there are for the total population. So you see a huge shift over time. Now I'm going to move to the child population, and as we know, the diversity of the population is moving upward from the younger ages to the older ages, and this is more than clear right here when we look at what's going on over time in the percentage minority among the under 18 population. Already in 2014, there are 11 states that are majority minority. And I just want as an aside, when we look at this going over time, between 2000 and 2010, you look at the difference between those two censuses, there was an absolute decline, not in white shares, but in number of white people under age 18 in 46 states. That is, there is a shrinking of the white population in the younger ages as we go over. At the same time, there's this growing of the minority population. So that's part of the reason we see that there. And in fact, there's 23 states where there are more than 40% of the children who are minority, who are 40% of the children who are minority. Move ahead to 2040, it gets to be much more diverse. And we moved ahead to 2060, and where there are 35 states where the number of children who are majority minority, 44 states more than 40% of the children are minority in 2060. So you can see a couple of those states sticking out that didn't quite get there, like West Virginia and a couple of those New England states. But by then, we really are in a country where the youth population, according to the current kinds of characteristics, the current kind of classifications, are majority-minority. Now, we also looked at something with respect to age, and this is a ratio of the number of eligible voters who are over age 65 to the number of eligible voters who are 18 to 29, the ratio of senior to young adult eligible voters. And in 2014, most of the states, or well more than half of the states, are under the ratio of 1. That is, there are fewer senior eligible voters than there are young adult eligible voters. Of course, this doesn't take into account the fact that seniors are much more likely to turn out than young people. But when you just look at the eligible voters, that quickly changes to 2040. There are only 3 states in 2040 where that ratio was under 1, and a huge increase in those black and large blue states where there's a higher proportion of seniors to young adults. And when you get to 2060, especially in the eastern part of the United States, a huge slew of states where there's many more seniors versus eligible voters. So we're aging in lots of ways, but especially we're going to see this in the eligible voter population over time. There are a couple of states that still stick out as not being behind the curve, Texas being a notable one, which hasn't gotten as far as a lot of the other states in terms of aging by 2060. Okay, well, let's look at individual states in terms of their racial trajectories over time. Again, going back to this classification of the country into 3 types of regions: the melting pot states, those blue states that have been largely diverse for a long time; the new Sunbelt states, the bright yellow states, which are transforming quite quickly; and then the lighter yellow states, which are not transforming nearly as much, but coming along. So let's look at some melting pot states, or at least a melting pot state. Here's Florida, and here's a projection of Florida going ahead between 1980 and 2060. The eligible voter percentage of Florida goes down from 81% in 1980 to 66% now, down to 41% in 2080. And in fact, you can see that it's a Hispanic population, which is a big part of that gain over time. Blacks still maintain a reasonable share, and a little bit of the Asian population comes in there. We project that in Florida, the eligible voter population will turn to majority-minority in 2043. Now, that's sometime after we project the overall population will turn to majority-minority, which is 2028, because it takes a while for those minorities to get older and to be able to become eligible to vote. But it still is a state that's in flux, and it's still in a state where clearly Hispanics are going to have a big role over time. Now let's look at Texas. Texas, of course, everybody wants to know when Texas is going to be a swing state, and will minorities make it a swing state? And quite clearly you see that for Texas we have it projected down to 28% minority, 28% white in 2060. And it becomes majority-minority in terms of eligible voters in 2019, just in time for the 2020 presidential election. So that's kind of a marker to put out there, and quite clearly the Hispanic population is a big part of that gain. Let's go to some of the new Sunbelt West states. And here's Arizona. Again, kind of a dramatic change over time when we go down to 36% white in 2060. Just a little sliver of blacks there, but again, a huge gain of Hispanics, a huge gain of Asians and other races, which in the case of Arizona will also include some Native Americans. And in Arizona, we project that the eligible voters will turn majority-minority in 2038. Okay, here's Colorado, one of the whiter new Sunbelt West states, but even Colorado is becoming much more Hispanic as we get over time. And we have Colorado turning to 49% white, majority-minority just in 2060 as a result of these shifts. Now we'll go to the new Sunbelt East states, and here we really want to focus on Georgia. Remember, we talked about earlier the continued black migration to the south, and Georgia is one of the biggest destinations for blacks currently, and some of that is projected into this projection focus. For Georgia, we have the black population going from 31 to 38% of the eligible voter population between 2014 and 2060.
and the white population gets down to about 40% of eligible voters in Georgia. So the black-white coalition, or the black-white voter blocks in Georgia are still going to be very prominent, despite the fact of this dispersal of Hispanics. And, you know, this is just projecting ahead what we see now, but in fact, there is a fair amount of Hispanic dispersion into Georgia, but not competing with the black gains. Back to the heartland and Midwest, and we see Ohio stays still white, but a sliver of Hispanic votes going in there. Ohio will not turn majority-minority in either total population or an eligible voter population between now and 2060. It will still be a white state. Pennsylvania, a little bit more Hispanics presence than in Ohio over time, but still remains a white state in terms not a majority-minority state, either in eligible voters or in population by 2060. And now here's the Great Plains, which in fact today comprises altogether those states 3.5% of the US population, but they're still important, and we wanted to focus on Oklahoma. Now in all the other states we saw big gains for Hispanics or perhaps continued presence of blacks, but here in Oklahoma that purple category there includes Asians and other races, and a big part of that category are Native Americans and also people who classify themselves as two or more races. That group is going to be significant in Oklahoma, even more significant as it is today, and Oklahoma makes a big decline from 90% white back in 1980 to 73% white today, down to majority-minority, 48% white in 2060. So people who are interested in the politics of Oklahoma should take heed to this very broad rainbow coalition of diversity that we're going to have there. So again, we have a lot more on our interactive. We have a lot more in the printed report for each and every state that lets you look at this, not only for the eligible voter population, but also for the total population, as well as the aging of these populations and eligible voters. But right here, I think you get a good sense that the movement going from the melting pot states to the new Sunbelt states and eventually to the heartland states is really moving everywhere with respect to diversity in the United States, different places at different paces.
Your reactions.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you all for inviting me to be here. This is fascinating. It's just been, you know, I've had a great time already just pouring through these pages and pages and pages of data and tables. I did tell Rui last night at dinner that I feel a little bit hesitant about you know, talking about projections into the future that extend well beyond my own life expectancy. There's something that's a little, you know, takes you aback a little bit about talking about what the country's going to be like in 2060. But I'll do it anyway. And so we've already heard, you know, an excellent discussion, I think, about some of the possible implications of these trends for the 2016 election in the previous panel. And there, of course, you know, a lot will depend on factors other than demographic change. So as I think Ron Brownstein said, and I want to reiterate, demography is not destiny. I know I always, among others, get accused of saying that, but I've never said that, and I don't believe that. And obviously there are other factors that are going to have a strong influence on what happens in 2016, you know, including the state of the economy, the president's approval rating. Those are things I would look at as more significant, and the demographic trends will play into that to some extent, and will be important. But there's uncertainty because of these other factors. As we look beyond 2016, there's certainly going to be uncertainty about these projections themselves. And that, you know, we don't know exactly how these projections will turn out. Again, I would like to be back here in 2060 for the follow-up panel where we actually talk about the accuracy of these projections. But that will depend, I imagine, on things like immigration trends, what happens to immigration policy, and to actual immigration, to fertility rates in the future. You know, so there are a lot of things that we don't know for sure, to migration trends within the country as well. So as you talked about the growth of the African-American share of the population in Georgia, obviously a lot of that has to do with internal migration. Nevertheless, the big picture is pretty clear, I think. So these projections could be off, by a bit, but we know for sure that the country is going to become much more diverse over time, and that this is going to affect the entire country to different degrees. But it's going to affect almost every corner of the country, with the possible exception of the upper New England states, which seem to be not totally unaffected by this, but not affected very much by it. But for the rest of the country, this change is coming. And so what are some of the political implications of this? And, obviously it's going to affect both parties. I want to talk about something that's near and dear to my own heart, which is, how this growing racial and ethnic diversity is contributing to growing partisan polarization. Because in my view, growing racial and ethnic diversity has been and will continue to be, at least for the foreseeable future, in the nearer meaning next 10 years or so, a major force contributing to growing partisan polarization, and here's why. As the country has become more racially and ethnically diverse, we can trace this all the way back to the 1950s, all the way through to the present. The impact on our two parties has been very, very different. So over time, and particularly since 1992, the Democratic Party has become increasingly dependent on the votes of non-whites. In 2012, Barack Obama and congressional Democrats as well received about 45% of their total vote from non-whites, according to the national exit polls. That is a dramatic increase over time. If we go back to the 1950s, according to ANES data, Democrats got about 7% of their vote from non-whites. At the same time, during this same time period, the Republican Party has remained an overwhelmingly white party. In 2012, Mitt Romney and congressional Republicans got just slightly over 10% of their vote from non-whites. Obama got, and Democrats generally got, about 23% of their vote from African Americans. Romney and congressional Republicans got less than 1% of their vote from African Americans. So we're seeing this growing racial divide between the parties' electoral coalitions. That, I think, is one of the most important factors that is pushing the parties apart on in a whole range of ways. First of all, non-whites generally tend to, as has been discussed previously, tend to hold much more liberal views on questions regarding the role and size and scope of government. So the growing non-white contribution to the Democratic electoral coalition is moving the Democratic Party to the left in that way. But it's also having a second and maybe even more significant effect in that I think this growing non-white share of Democratic voters and growing dependence of the Democratic Party on non-white voters has been driving conservative white voters away from the Democratic Party. And so the Democratic level of Democratic support among whites in the United States over the last 40 years has been falling. It's fallen overall from about 50, in the mid-50s, in terms of party identification, including leaners, down to the low 40s, low to mid-40s in 2012. So there's been about a 12-point drop in Democratic Party identification among white voters overall, as the non-white share of Democratic voters has increased. I don't think that's a coincidence. But where is that shift coming from? Where is that increase in Republican identification and drop in Democratic identification among whites coming from? If you break that down in terms of ideology and go into the American National Election Study data, what you find is that it's overwhelmingly coming from one ideological group, conservatives. So conservative whites have gone from only about 60% Republican back in the 1970s, when we first started asking this ideology question, to 90% Republican now, about a 30-point increase in Republican identification among conservative whites. Among whites who are moderate or don't have an ideological identification, the increase has been very, very small, only about 4 points. Among liberal whites, Republican identification has dropped from about 20% back in the 1970s to about 4% in 2012. So the overall relationship between ideology and partisanship among white voters has increased from a very weak relationship, a correlation of about 0.3, to a very strong relationship, a correlation of over 0.7 now. So what this is doing is it means the Republican electoral coalition is becoming, not only remaining overwhelmingly white, but becoming increasingly conservative. Conservative whites are being driven toward the Republican Party. Now, this has extremely important consequences. It means that Republican candidates and office holders are now dependent on an electoral coalition that is much more conservative than it was 30 or 40 years ago, while Democrats are dependent on an electoral coalition that is much more minority and will become increasingly minority in the future, will soon be a majority-minority party. And that is pulling the parties apart. The other thing this is doing overall is contributing to a trend that I call the rise of strong partisanship in the American electorate. Now, if you look at party identification in the American electorate, our traditional measure of strength of partisanship, it doesn't really look like much is happening. The proportion of voters who are strong party identifiers bottomed out in the 1970s, has come back somewhat since then, but it's still only about where it was in the 1950s. The proportion of independents is about 35%, which is actually considerably higher than it was in the 1950s and 60s. Of course, we know a lot of those independents are these leaners, right? So party ID doesn't seem to show much of a trend. But contrary to that, when we look at partisan behavior, what we see as the electorate is much more partisan today. So we're seeing a sharp drop in split ticket voting, a sharp increase in party loyalty in voting, including independent leaners, over time in all types of elections. And so we're seeing a much closer connection now between presidential voting and congressional voting and state legislative voting. We're seeing the increasing nationalization of American elections. And that is being driven by this partisan polarization and by this growing strength of partisanship. And we're also seeing at the same time what this party loyalty is being driven by is not so much party identification getting stronger, but increasingly negative views that Americans hold toward the opposing party. We really dislike the opposing party much more than we used to. We dislike the opposing party's candidates. We dislike the opposing party's leaders. We dislike even the people who support the opposing party, and we don't want to have anything to do with them to an increasing degree. We don't want our sons and daughters to marry them. It's also turned out. So the result is that even though party ID isn't getting stronger, we really dislike the opposing party. We feel very distant from it ideologically, and we won't consider voting for it. We're voting along party lines to a much greater degree than in the past. And what lies behind this to a considerable degree, not entirely, but to a considerable degree, is this growing racial and ethnic diversity. As we project ahead, I think that will continue, at least for the near-term future, meaning the next 6, 8, 10, 12 years. At some point beyond that, something's got to give. Because I don't think the Republican Party, as we know it, can survive beyond the next 10 to 12 years on its current course. Now, the key phrase there is "as we know it." Republicans are going to have to figure out a way to reach out to minority voters as the country becomes more diverse, and I think they will. And so I'm optimistic about the future of the Republican Party, but I think it's going to require a significant shift in its orientation and policies to reach out to increase their share of support among these minority voters.
Thank you, Alan. Henry.
I'd like to thank Rui and Bill for their wonderful analysis and for their data. What they've done is chronicled something that is both new to us, but is actually the history of America, which is the continuation of the demographic change that has been the case ever since we were founded. We were founded by British Protestants, and our nation has continued to redefine its national identity in the face of a demographic change that has eliminated the dominance of that founding group. That's why politics in America is more important to us than it is to most of the countries in Western Europe. Because there, in Western Europe, you're arguing over policies, but you define your nation by your ethnicity. Here, you define your nation by your politics. We are continually defining ourselves as we incorporate new nations and new ethnicities into something that is uniquely and distinctly American, so that we neither have the problems that other multi-ethnic nations have, which is the continuation of a semi-attached minority that defines itself by its ethnicity, nor do we find ourselves engaged in some sort of separation. That leads me to 3 points about what these data mean put into the context of the really long term. The first is that the decline of British Protestantism as its defining force of American nationality means that the peculiarly individualistic strain of American politics will continue to weaken. To talk about how that dominance was, we can start with Federalist Number 2, written by John Jay, who speaks about that Providence has been pleased to give this one connected country to one united people, a people descended from the same ancestors, speaking the same language, professing the same religion, attached to the same principles of government, very similar in their manners and customs. The census data actually bear this out. Reanalysis of the 1790 census says that about 62% of Americans were British descended in 1790, 75% of non-slaves were British descended. Clearly, John Jay was not necessarily thinking of slaves when he wrote Federalist Number 2. Among the remainders, they were also Northern European Protestants, German Mennonites, Dutch Calvinists in the Hudson River Valley, French Huguenots, and Swedish Lutherans in Delaware. And even more important than the Protestant Northern European nature is the nature of the Protestantism, is that the sort of Protestantism that comes here is not the hierarchical church descended, Episcopal, state-dominated Protestantism of Northern Europe or of Anglicanism. It is Protestant denominations that are formed in rebellion against that for being not democratic and not dedicated to the individual belief in Jesus Christ and Christ as an individual Savior enough. So we have here a very unique, among even the Anglo-Saxon settled countries, demographic base. That dominance has been eroded with every decade ever since 1790. And in fact, when we think about the last time immigration was a big dividing issue, it was roughly around the time when the British-born share of the population dipped below 50%. That happened sometime between 1890 and 1910. We're not sure exactly when, but that's when it becomes a decisive issue. By 1980, according to the census, British descended population is only 33% of Americans. In 2000, it's 20%. Now it's less. Now let's take a look at what that means, though, for our politics. We have seen that in order to gain national majorities, parties have continued to embrace more degree of government expansion, more degree of collective interference in interpersonal relations, whether economic or social, with every succeeding decade. There are fewer non-denominational or third-wave English-descended Protestants in the electorate with every passing year. And if you look at where Obamaism is most attested, you will find it in the parts of the country that is still dominated by these people. Appalachia, which is where Scots, Irish, and English dominate the population base, and the Mormon West, which overwhelmingly identifies itself as English-based. This means that the parties to survive are not going, we are not going, no matter how many think tank tracts are published, see a return to the pre-New Deal republic. There is simply not the cultural basis to support that type of soft libertarian regime. So the second point then, what does it mean about our politics going forward? Well, here I think it's impossible to be more than general in our description, because what happens is that the base tendencies of the cultures get interpreted by events and by changes in social situation. And for that, I'd like to use the Catholic immigrants. If we were to sit here and in 1900, Ruy and Bill had sat and projected what was going to happen, one would have found that British share of the population would be going down, Catholic share of the population would be going up. About 10 years later, if you did in 1910, you would include Jews as a larger share because the Jewish immigration starts after that. And you would be saying that the Republicans would have a lock for the foreseeable future. Because in 1900, outside of the Irish population, most Catholic immigrants voted Republican. They opposed the Southern-based fundamentalist type of Democratic Party that existed in 1900, and they supported McKinley-style republicanism. And the argument in national politics for most of the next 30 years was between McKinley-style Republicans and more aggressive Roosevelt-style Republicans. And Roosevelt, in fact, had a stronger base in the immigrant communities. What happens? Why would that projection have been wrong? The Great Depression. The Great Depression throws Catholic immigrants disproportionately out of work, and they switch their allegiance to a new party that promises them a new means to get the same things. So then you sit in 1940, and Bill and Rui come forward, and you project the same trends, and you would project a Democratic majority 50 years from now. And in fact, you would have been right until 1968 or so, when Catholics begin to move earlier than that. Biography of John Kennedy shows that in the week before he's assassinated, his conversations are with Richard Scammon, his pollster, about the impact that suburbanization has on the Catholic vote, that as Catholics became more educated and wealthier, they became more likely and open to vote for Republican candidates, so long as those Republican candidates did not promise a return to the British Protestant pre-1900 America. That's going to happen as well. We don't know how these things are going to project through 2030 and 2040 and 2050. We know they will happen, but we don't know in which way they're going to cut. Those decisions are largely going to be made by the leaders of parties and by events beyond our control. That brings me to my third point, though, which is going back to the foreseeable future, which is 2016 to 2024. The conventional wisdom is that Republicans need to become more Hispanic-focused. And I do not deny that in the long term, that is the case, and I do not deny that it is something that for the good of the country, if not simply for the good of the party, is necessary. But I'm going to throw out a few numbers for you. 206, 70, and 45. 206 is the number of electoral votes that Mitt Romney received. 45 is the number of electoral votes that one can gain by picking up the states that President Obama won. They're considered swing states where Hispanics are a significant minority. That's Nevada, Colorado, and Florida. 206 plus 45 does not equal 269. And I'm assuming Republicans control the House, which means a tie goes to the Republican nominee. 70. What's 70? 70 is the number of electoral votes in Wisconsin, Iowa, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Ohio combined. These are states that your analysis shows, both in the short and even up to 2040 or 2060 run, are highly unlikely to have a dominant of the new immigrant class. Those who are non-white are largely disproportionately African American and not part of the new immigrant class. And these are states where the single largest group of the electorate is white working class. They also are not white working class who are British Protestants. They're white working class who are Finnish Lutherans in the Upper Peninsula and the Iron Range. They are Swedish Lutherans who farm in southwest Wisconsin. They are Norwegians and German Catholics. They are not the core group that forms the basis of American ethnic historical identity, nor are they the new group. They are the forgotten Americans. President Obama won re-election because he did very well among these people. He did well enough to combine them with his liberal white and the college-educated group and the African-American base to carry most of these states. That's what Ron Brownstein's excellent analysis in National Journal showed when he actually was arguing a slightly different point last year about disputing Sean Trendy's argument about whether Republicans could rely on whites alone. Scott Walker, Joni Ernst, Rick Snyder, John Kasich, all of these candidates rode massive swings among whites without college degrees, particularly those under 35 years old, to overwhelming victories in 2014. In the short term, that's the key to a Republican electorate victory, because that's the key that will add new voters while creating the least frustration with the base. And I would argue in the long term sets up Republicans for doing better with Hispanics, because Hispanics tend to have more sociodemographically in common with their Midwestern, non-British Protestant cousins, and that they're less likely to be college educated, more likely to be working in manual labor, and less likely to have above median income. Message targeted first towards whites will resonate more with Hispanics and set up a Republican majority going through 2060, as far as we can see and as far as we can predict. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Henry. Ellen, I wonder if you have some disagreements with Henry's presentation, and we can start there. And my panelists have been just incredibly punctual, and so we have some time for interaction.
I'm skeptical about the ability of the Republican Party to continually increase its share of the white vote. And I'm also skeptical about arguments that are founded on looking at the results of midterm elections. I've seen a lot of attempts to sort of push back against the argument that, these demographic trends are creating a Democratic advantage in the electorate that focus pretty heavily on looking at the performance of different voter groups in the 2010 and 2014 midterm elections, particularly 2014 since it's the most recent. I'd like to remind everyone that the voter turnout in 2014 was 36% of eligible voters, that about 50 million voters dropped out of the electorate between 2012 and 2014. And we know that the 2016 electorate is going to look much more like the 2012 electorate than like the 2014 electorate, except probably more so in terms of minority share. So when we look even at white working class voters and white middle class voters in the 2010 and 2014 midterm elections, we're looking at a small subset of white working class and white middle class voters who are disproportionately older, more conservative, and more Republican than even white working class and white middle class voters overall. And I don't think we can therefore assume that Republicans have an opportunity to improve upon their performance in recent presidential elections among those voter groups. I'd like to point out what happened in Wisconsin in 2010 versus 2012. That in 2010, in the state of Wisconsin, the voters elected a very, very conservative Republican, defeating a Democratic incumbent for the U.S. Senate. That was Ron Johnson. 2 years later, in the presidential election, the voters of Wisconsin elected a very, very liberal Democrat named Tammy Baldwin to the U.S. Senate. These were the same voters, except that the 2012 electorate was, same state, the 2012 electorate was much, much larger. And you have a younger electorate, you have a more liberal electorate in a presidential election year. So I would be skeptical about the ability of the Republicans to significantly enhance their performance. They're already at 90% of white conservatives. And so you can't really get much higher than that. They'd have to improve their performance substantially among white moderates. They're not going to get white liberals. But they haven't been able to increase their performance among white moderates, at least in presidential election years. So I wouldn't pin a lot of hope on Republican success in those swing states. Obviously, it will also depend on the state of the economy, Obama's overall standing with the electorate. But that said,
I'm not disputing, it's going to depend on state of the electorate and the economy and all of that stuff. The turnout issue is, I've looked at these specific states. There's no significant partisan difference in turnout in Iowa. That Democratic parts of the state are not significantly different in their share of their vote that turns out as a share of the 2012 vote compared to Republican parts of the state, unless you want to say that. With respect to older people, in fact, the biggest swing in these places was among young white people. It was not a question of suddenly the 65 base comes out in larger numbers. Scott Walker, I think, gained 12 or 14 points over the Romney percentage among people who are 18 to 29 years old.
Which young voters, though? That's the point.
You have to
Republican group of young voters motivated to turn out in a midterm election.
That's fine, but
there's an unpopular Democrat.
Yeah, and the data don't bear that out. The data, if you look at it, you have to presume that they're evenly distributed. You have to presume that your non-showing up Democrats are evenly distributed throughout Republican and non-Republican portions of the state for that argument to bear out. And that defies common sense. That if Democrats are not showing up, you see this in places like Florida, where lack of turnout among Latinos and African Americans probably did cost Charlie Crist the governor's race. But you can see that in the data. You do not see that in the data.
Well, you see it in the national data, I can tell you that.
That's right, but the national data are not the Midwest.
But if the nation goes in one direction, those swing states are going to go in the same direction. There is a high degree of consistency. Look, in the last 4 presidential elections, 40 out of 50 states have voted for the same party. There are only 10 states that have swung back and forth.
That's right. If the Republican Party runs the same race they ran the last 4 times, the Republican Party will lose the Midwest. That's easy. I know that.
This discussion could continue, I think, for quite some time, but We like to keep it lively, but now we'd like to turn to some of your questions. And if you could identify yourselves and wait for a microphone. And this gentleman here has had his hand up for a while.
Thank you. My name is Peter Gluck, and my question focuses on states mostly Republican, that is controlled by Republicans at the state level, that have passed laws designed to eliminate voter fraud. I was struck when William Frey pointed out that in 2019, Texas will become a majority-minority state. It's kind of difficult to imagine Republicans winning a presidential election without Texas, as it would be difficult to imagine Democrats winning a Republican election without California. So what role will these laws play in overcoming the Republican disadvantage with non-white voters?
Who wants to take that? Alan?
I mean, from what I've seen, those laws aren't very effective. Not to say that they don't have any impact, but the impact is quite small. And don't forget, they also, I think they create a backlash as well. And they definitely do not help the perception of the Republican Party among minority voters when the message that's being sent to minority voters is, we'd prefer if you didn't vote at all. Which is coming through loud and clear. So, so I think the impact is probably fairly minimal. And in terms of these long-term trends, I just don't think it's going to matter. And that's not to say that we shouldn't be concerned at all about the effects of these kinds of laws, but I think they're small.
Yeah. So, gentleman right here.
Jack Martin. My website is immigrationandpopulation.com. The question is really directed at the issue of projections. Projections depend upon the assumptions you use. So the first question basically is, the Census Bureau has recently come out with a new projection to 2060. Are there any significant differences between the Census Bureau projections and your own? And the second question is, because of the rate of change with regard to minorities depends to some extent upon the immigration issue, do you think that, would your projection factor in the possibility of the adoption of comprehensive immigration reform, which would put a significant segment of the population on the road towards citizenship and the ability to vote? Does that factor into your projections?
Bill?
Yeah, the projections we used are broadly consistent with the U.S. Census projections. We don't have the most recent projections in, which show a little bit of an increase in the rate of Asian immigration over the previous projections, and a little bit of a slower growth of the Hispanic or from Hispanic origin countries than in the previous projection. But most of the gain in the Hispanic population nationally is now from natural increase, not from immigration, and that will continue to be the case even more so as we go over the year. Obviously, it will depend on immigration policy shifts, but I don't foresee any immigration policy shifts that are so huge that will counter the idea that this largely natural increase is going to be bringing about the Hispanic population. Asian, it may be more subject to what we do for immigration. The size of the future Asian population may be more dependent on what we do with immigration law that might bring in more Asians. We didn't directly address what would happen with the undocumented versus the documented. It's still a fairly small piece, in my view, of what the overall view. You're right, maybe a particular data point in a particular year might change a bit. But, part of the reason we have such a diverse country of young people in the United States has something to do with our past immigration policy. But going forward, that's going to be a much smaller piece of what's going on with these projections. You could obviously parse it out and see what it might mean. But my view is, in broad view, what we're seeing here is, probably to the extent it's wrong, it'll be probably more due to internal migration across these different states and immigration going forward.
But I mean, it's worthwhile underscoring that to the extent, we did not and could not incorporate comprehensive immigration reform into our projections. To the extent that happens and it's a factor, it would actually make our projections relatively conservative in terms of the rate of increase in minority eligible voters. So we just don't know what the magnitude of that difference would be. But if it's anything, it's somewhat conservative.
We have a question right here, and then we'll turn over to you on the side.
Kyle Scott from the German Marshall Fund of the U.S. When projecting out into these long distances into 2060, you see these huge population changes, but you have been projecting it into a two-party system all along. Do you see any indication in these changes that there might be space for a third party, or at least a third-party candidate for president? And if so, who would be harmed more, the Democrats or the Republicans in this shift?
Not unless we change our electoral system.
Yeah.
Is my basic answer to that. I mean, we've had third-party movements and third-party candidates throughout American history, although most of the more significant third-party movements were in the 19th and early 20th century. And recently, we really haven't had any, unless you count Ross Perot. Sure, it's always possible that there could be a significant third-party or independent candidate. But I don't see anything that would, I don't see how these trends would affect that. And minority voters have generally not been very receptive to these third-party and independent candidates, at least recently. Perot did very poorly with non-white voters.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue if there's likely to be significant third-party action, it would be more to capture certain segments of the disaffected white vote, which, on the face of it would appear to hurt Republicans more than Democrats. But I think I agree with Alan in terms of the general prognosis. Third parties just have a very difficult time, sort of being at all stable and existing.
I would agree with both of them. And one thing to keep in mind is why third parties don't pop up in the 20th and early 21st century as much as open primaries. That third parties tend to pop up when people can't have access to existing power groups. But because of the open primary system, any group that feels disaffected can contest power with the dominant group, which actually creates an incentive to put philosophical divides within the existing two brands rather than go through all the trouble of creating a third brand.
I mean, if you ask right now, like, which of the two major parties is more likely to experience a split or a schism, I would say it's the Republican Party easily. That the Tea Party, movement represents the closest thing to a nascent, potential third-party movement. But I don't think that's going to happen because the costs of it are so obvious.
Yeah. Let's put two questions on the table over here. Woman there, and then Bill Galston.
Hi, I'm Susie Barignano. I want to say a caveat. I am a Hispanic white, and as first generation, my parents were immigrants. But I've been involved in politics, and I actually ran in a race, a local race. So I'm kind of one step more involved. My question is, in your projection, 20 years from now or 30 years, you and I and a lot of people here probably won't be alive then, but that's okay.
Not much we can do about it anyway.
My question is to family size as to these Hispanics and these growing minorities that have already created quite an influence now and are part of today's electorate and the immediate elections coming up. What is the family size? I kind of venture to say that I don't think they're going to be increased, and they're going to be big families in the future for these, and whether that's going to, just like whites have, their family size has decreased as well. I wanted to know about that.
Let's put Bill's question on the table too. Bill?
Yeah, there's a fellow I think Rory may have heard of by the name of John Judas. Who
somewhat familiar with him.
Yes, who recently published a piece that made something of a splash called "The Emerging Republican Majority," and the advantage, and the pivot of that piece was an emphasis on income and education as opposed to ethnicity.
Mm-hmm.
And so my question is, what happens to the politics of demography when you overlay the changes that education and income can produce in consciousness, interests, and voting patterns?
For those of you who aren't aware, Rui and John Judas wrote a book a number of years ago called The Emerging Democratic Majority, and John Judas has just responded with a new article on the coming Republican advantage. Rui was not a co-author.
It was not EDM approved.
All right, to the question about family size and fertility, Bill?
Yeah, I mean, and we do know that Hispanic fertility goes down with second and third generations. With the recent recession, it's about, replacement level fertility is about 2.1. Hispanic fertility is about 2.2 right now. It's just a little bit above replacement. And the reason that we have a large growth of Hispanic children in the United States is less because we have very high fertility rates among Hispanics, but because Hispanics are a much younger age structure, so there are proportionally more women in their childbearing years. And that's just part of the structure of these projections. That will continue even though fertility may go down. It probably won't go down much below replacement. So I don't think that some of these projections will be that far off with some slight decline in fertility among Hispanics.
Rui, a response?
Yeah, let me say a word about the Judas thesis, because just from a data perspective, it basically was saying, well, and we'd argued all along, the white working class was going to be a problem for the Democrats in terms of sustaining and building a majority. But he sort of added on to that the concept, it's not only the white working class, it's the white middle class. Now, what did he mean by the white middle class? He had a pretty specific definition in his article, which was basically whites, $50,000 to $100,000 in family income, who had a 4-year degree only, not graduate education. But his data didn't really, weren't about that. I mean, they were about people $50,000 to $100,000 in income, or people who had a college degree or more, or people who were white. I mean, in his defense, it was hard to get those data. I don't even have it for 2012 at this point. I think they've just released finally the exit polls from 2012. But if looking at across some other data that I had, you can see that most white voters who have $50,000 to $100,000 in income are actually not college graduates. They're what we might call working class or non-college. So is it any shocker that white non-college voters with moderate income have moved against the Democrats in the last few elections? I didn't find that shocking. I mean, my estimates is maybe this group 50 to 100K CG only, college graduate only white, it's maybe like 7-8%, 9% at best of the voters, and we don't have good data on how they've been trending. So I was just not too knocked out by the data analysis part of this. Nor did I think that he necessarily made a compelling argument about the durability of these shifts, if in fact they took place, and how much of it was due to, these couple of off-year elections when the Democrats have gotten slammed. Now, maybe that'll last forever, or at least for, a number, but I'm a little skeptical of that. So I thought John made some interesting points, but speaking for EDM Central, I am not convinced.
I'm going to put 2 more questions on the table. Matt Barretto, and I think there's a gentleman in the back, or a woman in the back, I'm sorry, and then we invite you to join us for lunch, and I want you all to be back here at 12:30 sharp to hear Whit Ayers and Jeff Guerin. So,
all right, thank you. My question has
quickly.
to do with how any of the growth estimates might consider, and especially for the political analysis afterwards, reapportionment. We haven't talked about that at all. We've just sort of assumed, and the comment about how many electoral college votes is what got me thinking about this. Have you considered that? Obviously, the 16 and 20 elections don't really matter, but 2022 for the House and 2024, we know last time Texas gained a number of votes, and presidentially those went Republican, but some of those were Democratic House votes. California got like 4 or 5 more Democratic House seats, et cetera. So I just want to hear analysis of reapportionment in 2022 and 2032 and how that might affect the map.
and at the very back, and any of you can answer these questions.
How do these projections change when gender is factored in?
Okay.
Well, in terms of reapportionment, and I would say that the thing that I'm looking at more closely is redistricting, because we know after the next census will take place in 2020, redistricting will take place in 2021, and that means that the legislatures that will be doing most of the redistricting will be elected in a presidential election year this time. That could make a difference. 2010 election obviously proved very beneficial to Republicans, allowed them to redraw the lines in many states. My analysis indicates that that had actually fairly small impact. It probably gave Republicans an extra 10 seats in the House because of their ability to redraw the lines. But it certainly would help Democrats if they could do significantly better in the 2020 elections than they did in 2020, take back some of these states, particularly some of the big swing states that have lots of House districts in them. Certainly, the population shifts from the from the Northeast and the Rust Belt to the Sun Belt and Texas, Florida, Arizona, and so on. I mean, I assume that's going to continue for the foreseeable future. Those have been going on for a long time. But the population gains in those states, as we've seen, are overwhelmingly coming, if not entirely, from minorities and largely Latinos. So, to some extent, we're going to see we have to see an increasing number of minority dominated districts, in those Sun Belt states, reflecting the population shifts.
Gender.
Bill, did you have a comment about reapportionment? Also, you can deal with the gender projection.
Yeah, I pulled something out that I did after the new census estimates came out last December, and sort of projected them ahead to 2020. So they're not our projections here, but they're based on what the most
Yeah, well, in
recent
the second
estimates
year,
are.
we're going to tackle that.
Yeah, we're going to do that. So, I mean, there's a lot of flipping around states, but the big one is Texas gains 3 more seats, according to this, if the same population growth
Right.
that it had.
But it's all minority
yeah,
population.
Right, and Colorado gets, California finally gets one, and so forth. But, so that's what I have to say about that. The gender, we didn't do gender in our projections. I mean, it's indirect in the sense we had to allocate people, women in their childbearing years. I just think as the population gets older, eventually there's more women in the older years than there are men over time, and that may have something to do with the way elections get decided. But beyond that, we didn't do it explicitly in the projections.
Thank you very much, and please join us for lunch. There are 2 lunch lines right outside this door, and just bring your lunches back here, and we'll start precisely at 12:30.
Good. Good.
One thing
Hello, can I have your attention? This is the 2-minute warning. Get your cookies and be ready for the panel. 2-minute warning. Good afternoon, and welcome back to our States of Change conference. A conference like this can't happen without substantial effort. There are a number of people we'd like to thank for their help, particularly and first and foremost the Hewlett Foundation for its generous support of the project, and our Board of Advisors for this project, a number of whom are here today and have participated on the panels. But Rui, Bill, and I would especially like to thank Heather Sims. She's kept this project on target and organized for a very, very long time. There are other people too. Kathy Sun of the University of Michigan's Population Studies Center. She's worked with Bill to program the projections. And Tanya Arditi and Meg Cahill of AEI on press relations. Lauren Vicari and Megan Miller at CAP for report editing. And Chester Hawkins and Peter Malewitz at CAP also for the report's graphics. I'd also like to thank John Halpin for his advice in many stages of the project. Last Saturday, the Democratic National Committee released the initial findings of its postmortem on the 2014 elections. The report of the 10-member task force notes that since 2008, Democrats have lost 69 House seats, 13 Senate seats, 910 legislative seats, 30 state legislative chambers, and 11 governor's offices. In conception, the DNC postmortem parallels the Republican National Committee's 2013 postmortem on the GOP's defeat in 2012. RNC Chair Reince Priebus said of his party at the time, "Our message was weak, our ground game was insufficient, we weren't inclusive, where we were behind in both data and digital, and our primary and debate process needed improvement." Although the full DNC report won't be available until May, both reports recommended a multi-year, multi-pronged effort to address their party's weaknesses. We're very fortunate to have two of the nation's top pollsters to take a deeper and more political dive into party strengths and weaknesses. Whit Ayers is the founder and president of North Star Opinion Research and the co-founder of Resurgent Republic, a center-right nonprofit which disseminates poll and focus group data to help develop messages consistent with conservative principles. He was named the Republican Pollster of the Year by the American Association of Political Consultants in 2010. A flyer is available in the reception area for his forthcoming book, 2016 and Beyond, How Republicans Can Elect a President in the New America. Jeff Guerin is president of Hart Research Associates. Jeff has directed polling and created winning campaign strategies for many leading Democrats serving in the Senate. In 2008, he helped to direct strategy for Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign during its final 2 months. In 2012, he served as a pollster and strategic advisors to Priorities USA, the super PAC supporting President Obama's reelection. Whit and Jeff will speak for 20 minutes each. Whit, can you begin?
Thank you very much, Carlin, and thank you for the opportunity to be with you. I also appreciate the opportunity to be with Jeff Guerin. He and I have worked apart from each other. We have worked with each other, but he's always a thorough professional and a real star in our industry, and I appreciate always the chance to be with him. As Carlin mentioned, I am going to show a few slides from this book, which, if technology cooperates, will be available in its online version on Friday. But I'm not going to spend a great deal of time with the slides because we've done such a thorough job this morning of going over the rapidly changing demographics facing the country. I will spend most of the time talking about the political implications of these changes. My task is to explain how Republicans can possibly win a presidential election in this new America that is changing right in front of our eyes. As we have talked earlier, the Democrats have won the popular vote for president in 5 of the last 6 elections, but the Republicans won in 5 of the first 6 elections. This goes back to Nixon's election, the popular vote advantage or disadvantage for Republicans, advantage above the line, disadvantage below the line. And it's very clear in the first part of this period, the one time the Republicans lost, they only lost by 2 percentage points. But it is a dramatically different story, starting in Bill Clinton's first election in 1992. If you look at the Electoral College trend, it is even more dramatic, where those of you who have as much gray hair as I do remember the Republican lock on the Electoral College back in the late 80s, when it was going to be virtually impossible for a Democrat to win the presidency. And then you start seeing Bill Clinton's effect, and it doesn't take a real genius with multiple regression to look at that series of points and draw a line through them and realize what the slope of the line looks like. It is not encouraging for my side, to say the least. Here's the essence of the problem, and Ron Brownstein put it very well. Republican congressional candidates have won 60% of the white vote in both 2010 and 2014. That was sufficient to produce a landslide victory in both years for Republican candidates all across the country, with the exception of California, up and down the ballot, well into state legislatures. I mean, in some states, virtually wiping out the Democratic bench going forward. But Mitt Romney won virtually the same percentage of the white vote in 2012 and lost by 5 million votes. That is a fundamental problem facing my party in presidential elections. We do really well below that level, but not so well above that level. And the obvious reason is that Romney won a landslide among whites, a 20-point margin, 59 to 39%. Romney won all categories of whites: young whites, old whites, rich whites, poor whites, regional, across all regions, Catholic whites, Protestant whites. He didn't win young whites by as much as the older whites, only by 7 percentage points, but he did win. He won among all categories of whites. So why isn't he president? He's not president because of the rest of that graph, where Romney got crushed among African Americans, among Hispanics, among Asians, among other races, not even competitive. So winning a supermajority, a landslide among whites, was not sufficient to craft a majority of the popular vote in the electorate of 2012. I'm just going to touch quickly on these because we've had such an excellent job this morning getting these trends. These are young Americans by age, with the oldest Americans to the left, the youngest Americans to the right. And as we talked about earlier, older Americans are 80% or more white, but younger Americans, these aren't projections, these are people who are born today living in America, are only about half white. 26% Hispanic, the remainder African American or other. It is a dramatically different country just by this population getting older, quite apart from any additional immigration. The non-whites constitute a majority of the child population in the huge states of California, Florida, and Texas. You cannot put together, on the Republican side, 270 electoral votes if you lose California, Florida, and Texas. It's virtually impossible. This is the white line at the top. The Hispanic part is in red, African American in gray, and then blue is other races, including Asians. This has the distinct, this is going out to 2060, as the previous panel showed. This has the distinction of being the single least popular graph I've ever shown Republican audiences. By the time my daughter's children are applying for college, whites will be a minority of the United States population. And it's stunning to think of that, because ever since the Declaration of Independence, non-Hispanic whites have been a majority of the population nationally. But that's about ready to change, and it's going to change a lot sooner than a great many folks on my side envision. These are exit polls going back to Jimmy Carter's election in 1996, the percent white, the percent minority or non-white. In the first 5 elections of that period, that is from 1976 to 1992, the percentage of whites in the electorate declined by only 5 percentage points, from 88 down to 83%. But if you look at the second half of that graph, the second 16-year period, the white percent went from 83% down to 72%, according to exit polls in 2012. In other words, the first 16 years of that period, whites were down by 5 points. The second 16 years of that period, whites were down by 11 points, more than twice the rate of decrease in the first 16-year period. So, what does this tell us about a likely electorate in 2016? Well, there are lots of debates going on about how you can increase white turnout here and this particular pocket there, but the fundamental challenge from my side is the seemingly inexorable change in the composition of presidential electorates. And there's no reason to believe that that's going to stop magically. If there's any reason, it would seem that trend is accelerating. So, if you take 1996 to 2012, the average decline in whites is 2 3/4 percentage points. And the average increase in non-whites is 2 3/4 percentage points. If you just apply that average to 2016, you come up with an electorate that's 69% white and 31% non-white. In other words, the Republican nominee will need to do better among whites, if they don't get any more non-white vote, just to stay in the same place as Romney. And we don't want to stay in the same place as Romney if you like winning elections. So, what does a coalition for Republicans look like in a likely electorate of 2016? You'll see various scenarios for Republicans on the left, for Democrats on the right. Romney got 59% of the white vote and 17% of the non-white vote. If the 2016 nominee gets the same percentage of the white vote that Romney got, a supermajority, a landslide among whites of 59%, that nominee will need to get 30% of the non-white vote in order to get a majority of the popular vote, that is 50.1%. In other words, we'll have to go from the 17% that Romney got to 30%. And that means among Hispanics, he will need to go from the 27% that Romney got well into the 40s, comparable to what George W. Bush got in 2004. But speaking of George Bush, in 2004, the last comfortable Republican victory, he got 58% of the white vote and 26% of the non-white vote. That is a losing hand in 2016. And that's the stunning part for me in running these numbers, is to realize that the last Republican to win a presidential election, who reached out very aggressively to minorities and did better than any other Republican nominee before or since among minorities, still didn't achieve enough of both of those groups in order to put together a winning percentage. On the other hand, if you get 17% of the white vote, of the non-white vote, that means that the nominee in 16 would need 65% of the white vote. As Ron Brownstein pointed out this morning, that is a higher percentage of the white vote than any Republican nominee has ever achieved in the history of exit polling over the last half century, with the one exception of a very popular Republican president running in a good economy for re-election in a 49-state landslide sweep, Ronald Reagan in 1984. On the other hand, the Democratic coalitions are on the right. Obama got 39% of the white vote and 82% of the non-white vote. If Hillary Clinton, or whoever manages to get the nomination in her stead, gets the same percentage of the white vote, which is a pretty weak performance among whites, that nominee will need 75% of the non-white vote to get to 50.1, well below the percentage that Obama got in 2012. In fact, if you have 82% of the non-white vote, you can have a white percentage well down into the 30s as the Democratic nominee. So that is the challenge facing my party. We're screwed, right? No. That's far too pessimistic. The Republican Party predicament is no worse today than the Democratic Party predicament was in 1989 when Bill Galston and Elaine Kamarck wrote their seminal paper on the politics of evasion in 1989. It's still available on the Progressive Policy Institute website. If you haven't read it recently, I encourage you to go get it. Just substitute Republican for Democrat and conservative for liberal, and it is eerily prophetic. The fact is that the Republican Party is one candidate and one election away from resurrection. But it's got to be the right candidate, approaching it the right way. I can think of two in the field right now, Marco Rubio and Jeb Bush, that could be that sort of transformational candidate. But you need to have a transformational candidate that is fundamentally different. It may be that some others in the field can do it too. But it depends on how they run their campaigns. Just a couple of quick points, and then I'll turn it over to Jeff. Presidential nominees define their party. We talked earlier today about whether what the House Republicans are doing on immigration will keep the Republican nominee from doing substantially better among Hispanics. I don't believe so, because I believe the nominees define the party and redefine the party. That's exactly what Bill Clinton did when he said, I'm for ending welfare as we know it, I'm for the death penalty, and by the way, Sister Soldier, we don't talk about our fellow Americans like that. One nominee can make a tremendous difference. A second is that we got to expand the map. I'll do a sort of a version of what Henry Olson did this morning. Let's start from just places where Republicans have won two of the big three races. That is either of the Senate races or governor. The logic here is if Republicans can win two of the three major offices in the state, can't their presidential nominee be competitive? Those two include, these are states that Obama won at least once. The Republicans own two of the big three offices: Florida, Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, Maine, North Carolina, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Ohio. That's 119 electoral votes, a treasure trove of electoral votes, well more than Romney would have needed to win a comfortable election. But if you want to extend that beyond that, let's look at states that Obama won at least once, where the Republicans have one of the three major offices. That includes Colorado, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and New Mexico. And if you do that number and take out, say, Maryland and Massachusetts, which seem locked into the Democrats, that's another 68 electoral votes, 187 total. If Republicans can win major statewide offices where there are 187 electoral votes, why can't they be competitive at the presidential level? There's another part of this story, I think, some of which we discussed earlier today, and that is, I believe the country is still a center-right country. If you look at self-proclaimed ideology, there have not been dramatic moves to the left in self-proclaimed ideology. If you look at the famous question about more government services or fewer government services, less active, more active government, there's an interesting twist to that in polling. If you add the responsibility to pay for the larger government, you get a very different answer. So if you say more government, a more active government with more services and higher taxes versus a less active government with fewer services and lower taxes, you will get a fundamentally different answer. We all like stuff we don't have to pay for. If you include that you actually got to pay for this government, all of a sudden you will get a very different view. And finally, as Matt argued this morning, party ID of young people and new immigrants has not been locked in. It looks bad for my party right now, but it's hardly locked in. And a transformational candidate could fundamentally alter the party ID of many of those people, just like Ronald Reagan altered the party ID of young people back during the 1980s. So I don't believe the picture is anywhere near as bleak as some of these numbers would suggest. Some people in my party have got to wrestle with the reality of these numbers and realize that you probably need a combination of both more white votes and more non-white votes to be competitive. But it is not out of the realm of possibility that they can do that, and hopefully my side will nominate a candidate with the ability to do it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just wanted to say my book will be available for a sale as soon as I think of a topic and write one. So I'm delighted to be here with you today, and I thank Whit for his kind words, and the feelings are completely mutual. We sort of work for different parties and against each other, but our values as researchers are really quite similar, just to try to get it right and be as accurate as we can. I am much better at predicting the past than predicting the future. But I want to kind of think aloud with you about the implications of the topics we're discussing today. Before I turn to the 2016, understand that one of my slides is cut off at the bottom here. So before I turn to 2016, I want to talk a little bit about what is it Americans might think about this trend that is being described in the States of Change report. And I have not had an opportunity to ask about this recently, but did actually into the statistics of change, but I did have a chance to ask about it twice. Once on the eve of the 2008 presidential election, in a survey that we did for Emily's List, and it was only done among women voters. But there we described the situation, I think after this report we would have described it a little differently. America is becoming a more racially diverse society. By 2010, non-whites are projected to make up a third of the U.S. population. By 2050, non-whites and whites will each make up about half. So not far off from the situations. So how do people feel about that? Here, again, we're only talking to women voters. And nobody says, well, that's a terrible thing, or I have about 15% say that. But there is a real variation in terms of who's likely to embrace this as a positive change. And you can see that variation by partisanship. So for Democrats, particularly the people who are the strongest Democrats, 5 out of 9 say that sounds like a great thing, that we're going to be a diverse nation. And as you move down the scale of party affiliation, that enthusiasm for a more diverse America declines in a pretty substantial way. So by the time we get down to the strongest Republican voters, only 23% are looking forward to this change in the country. We asked a similar question again in 2009, this time of a sample of all adults, both men and women. The pretty similar in terms of what we were asking. We were much more explicit about kind of the racial dimensions of this time around. America is becoming a more racially and ethnically diverse society. Blacks, Hispanics, and Asians already make up a third of the population. By 2050, these groups will make up a majority of the population. So we're no longer talking about half and half. How do you feel about that? Here, among all adults, including both men and women, 35% said, well, this feels like a change for the better. 21%, again, react negatively to this. And here, the partisan differences also are striking. By 49 to 13, Democrats say this is a change for the better. They feel much more likely to be favorable than unfavorable. Independents leaning that way, but among Republicans, by 32 to 19, they're more likely to have a negative reaction than a positive reaction to this change in things. You can also see the generational nature of the difference here, so that younger people, and Witt pointed out that they're more likely themselves to be diverse, have a plurality, have a favorable reaction to hearing about this trend in development, and older people much less likely to do so. Among people age 65 and over, only 25% favorable. There's also among whites, there's a difference by level of educational attainment, where among non-college whites by a 6-point plurality, they have a negative reaction to this trend of the new diversity in America, and among college-educated whites by a 16-point mark, they have a more favorable reaction to it. The reason that I was interested in asking about this in 2008, 2009, is I knew that Rui would invite me here in 2015. I also, the other reasons I was asking about this back then is that part of what we were trying to discover in these surveys, or more broadly, how people felt about the ways the country was changing, and to sort of document the extent to which there are real gaps within the country around that, and to measure feelings of grievances that people might have about changes. And you can see that, that the negative reactions aren't particularly high here, but among Republicans, 1 out of 3 does have a sense of grievance about this. And then when we ask about the changes expressed in other ways, the increasing use of Spanish in addition to English becomes a flashpoint for how people think about, what gets them mad about this change. Religion is another aspect that less frequent reliance on Christian symbols at holiday time is another kind of flashpoint. So that, there are parts of the electorate that do have some feelings of grievance around this. And one of the questions in terms of how this operates politically is to what extent that our Republicans feel some need to speak to that sense of grievance, or if they share the grievance, to what extent do they express that? Somebody told me, I apologize for missing the earlier part, someone used the phrase, the forgotten American. The forgotten American is, to me, is a phrase that is built to express the grievance. And if you look at the reactions among younger people and among other groups of voters, I do think that there is a danger there that I want to speak more to, of playing to the short end of the field. Another way to think about diversity is in the context of immigration, that the biggest changes are the growing number of Latino Americans, and so that the immigration speaks to that in some important measure. Over time, in most polling over time, feelings about immigration have changed in a more positive way. Here, not with consistency, but in over the sweep of things over time on questions like, do immigrants take jobs away from American citizens? Compared to the 80s and 90s, people are much less likely to feel that that's the case. Do immigrants contribute to America or cause problems in America? Compared to the 80s and the early 90s, people are much, much more likely to think that immigrants contribute to America. So that the sweep of things has been generally positive. This is a question that's been asked over time from the NBC Wall Street Journal poll, which is, does immigration do more to help America or more to hurt America? We're not talking about illegal immigration here. We're talking about immigration writ large. you can see that we went through a period in right around the time of the financial crisis, where attitudes became a little bit more negative, but we've recovered to a place that there's a plurality that's more favorable. The important part, this is the chart that sadly got cut off, and the important data is at the bottom here. So when we asked this question about the most recent iteration of this, which was in May of 2014, does immigration help more or hurt more? You can see the alignment also seems to be a little off for some reason, but you'll be able to follow. You can see the incredible generational difference. So you have very significant pluralities of people under 50 saying immigration does more to help people, help the United States, among people over the age of 50, which is, I think, the part of the electorate that the Republicans are more, in which Republicans have a greater near-term investment. There is a greater sense that immigration hurts America. Among African Hispanics, you get an expected response. 67% say that it helps. The surprising is 25% say that hurts. One of the important empirical questions has always been, how do African Americans respond to this change? There is, there's been some speculation over time that there would be intergroup rivalries between Hispanics and African Americans here in these data. That doesn't appear to be the case particularly. And whites are evenly divided. That division occurs in part in terms of where your place in the economy is measured by your educational attainment. So you can see that college-educated whites by 60 to 30 say that immigration helps more, but non-college educated whites, the quote-unquote forgotten Americans, to whom by 2 to 1 say immigration's hurting. And so at the very least, an important part of kind of subtext. What you can see at the bottom of this chart, I apologize, is that the response by partisanship. So let me just sort of read it to you. Among core Democrats, by 67 to 26, they say immigration helps more. Among soft Democrats, by 65 to 28, they say immigration helps more. Among independent voters, there's an even division. 43 helps more, 42 hurts more. Among soft Republicans, by 56 to 36, they say it hurts more. And by core Republicans, 68 to 19, they say it hurts more. We're about to go through this Republican nominating process dominated by core Republicans and maybe soft Republicans, among whom by 68 to 19, they have a pretty substantial sense of grievance about immigration and the other changes that it represents in America, I think, which affects the capacity for this transformational figure to emerge from their process. So, the Republican public policy position on immigration has really been very much aligned with this sense of grievance among rank-and-file Republican voters. It's certainly what is heard by Hispanics, and they respond in an appropriate way, or in certainly an expected way, so that it's not just the demographic changes that are occurring that are a problem for Republicans, but it is that their public policy positions tend to exacerbate the impact of all of these, really group after group after group. So that that is with Hispanics on the issues related to immigration. As Matt may have told you this morning, Hispanic voters of all descriptions tend to hear that rhetoric as not just an anti-immigrant, but as an anti-Hispanic rhetoric. For younger voters, they may be I think their economic ideology is in flux, but there's no question that they are socially liberal. even among young Republicans, or young conservatives support marriage equality, and that the Republican approach on these social issues very often send younger voters, this new part of the electorate, signals that the party is not aligned with where they are at. So it's not that there are these sort of demographic changes that, as in Witt's terminology, screws Republicans, but it's the Republican public policy positions tend to exacerbate the problems that Republicans have with the parts of the electorate that are growing most quickly. Let me just turn, and I admire the report. It goes up to 2060, 45 years from now. In politics, we tend to deal in 45-minute time horizons, not 45-year time horizons. But we do kind of think about 2016. We have started to think about 2016. There is, but in 2016 and beyond, the issue for us as Democrats is not only about kind of the changing composition of the population, but how it translates into political participation. And a lot of the work that Democrats are investing in these days have to do with that question of participation. This is from the 2012 census. In terms of participation, only where the base is citizens, and a lot of the some of the people who are described in the report are not yet citizens, have the potential to be, and public policy will affect the extent to which that occurs. But you can see among whites and African Americans, that participation was at a relatively high level. 62% of white citizens cast a vote according to the census. 66% of African Americans cast a vote according to the census. It's one thing we don't know for sure in 2016 is whether African Americans will turn out in the same way when Barack Obama is not on the ballot. African American turnout was actually quite durable in the two midterm elections, 2010 and 2014, but a lot of our outreach to African Americans still was about President Obama. That is, do you want to have President Obama's back? As these people are trying to tear down President Obama, do you want to be there to help build him up? And so that when President Obama is not front and center, we then have the question of will African American participation be as high as it's been. You can see among both Hispanics and Asians, and remember, we're only talking about citizens, people who are currently eligible to register and vote. Participation is much lower. Only 48% of Hispanics, 47% of Asians who are citizens and eligible to vote cast ballots. And then with the youngest part of the electorate, lower still. For obviously these trends that are described in the States of Change report represent an incredible opportunity for Democrats, but an opportunity only if the voting numbers among Hispanics and Asians and younger people, and I just want to close with a few words about younger people, increase. And that's another kind of, so we're doing a lot of work. We as a party are doing a lot of work in that regard, a lot of outreach, trying to understand the dynamics. It's a conversation worth having here. It is our impression from our side that while our imperative is to increase participation, the Republican imperative is the opposite of that, and they do things in a deliberate way to exercise that imperative. That there are elements of the ALEC agenda that are designed to maintain this or exacerbate this, but that the real impact of this will only be felt in a significant and durable way if these population trends are then translated into participation trends, and that's an important thing that we Democrats spend a lot of time thinking about. And then finally, with younger voters, younger voters are different from Asians and Hispanics and African Americans in that 20 years from now, somebody who's Asian today will be Asian in 20 years. And somebody who's African American today will be African American in 20 years. Somebody who is young today will not be young in 20 years. And the people who will be young 20 years from now, many of them haven't been born yet. And so the youth part of this is very different. The dynamics are very different. I think the near-term question is not the more predictable. It's hard to predict whether people who are being born today will grow up to be more liberal or more conservative, more Democrat or Republican. There's just no way to know. There's reasons to think that given the ethnic composition, that they'll be, that unless the Republican Party changes in substantial ways, Democrats will have a significant advantage with them. The real question is, with this group of millennials, what will happen to them as they age through the electorate? And there, I do agree that it's very much up for grabs, that we've done a lot of work with Rui among millennial voters over the past 2 years, that there's no question that they are socially progressive in terms of their politics, and that those issues matter to them, that they're actionable, that they tend to, even when you talk about the cost of government, they tend to have a more robust sense of government needing to be more a part of the solution as opposed to government getting out of the way. It's anybody's guess whether they will continue to hold those attitudes as they age through their political history. My guess is that after a couple of elections, the answer will be yes. That this will be part of that in some ways, just as the baby boom generation is very much kind of defined in a lot of ways by their Reagan experiences, the younger generation will be defined, I think, more definitively in terms of their view of the Republican Party than their view of the Democratic Party. The one thing to understand about millennial voters is they do not have they have these strong views of what's right and wrong socially and in terms of what the responsibility of government is, but they do not have strong partisan views, as I think has been mentioned. And so that in that respect, I think that there's more up for grabs there. On this final question of participation, the question of the participation of young people is joined almost immediately in terms of the election in 2016. We just did a survey of people who voted in 2012 and asked them about their certainty of voting in 2016. And people under the age of 34, 100% of whom had voted in 2012, only about 80% of them said that they were certain to vote. And then for everybody older than that, they were closer to 90% saying that they were certain to vote. So even whether they'll show up for the very next election is a little bit of a question, which is something that might give the Republicans something to hang their hats on. So thank you, and with that, we'll answer your questions.
Thank you, Whit and Jeff. I think it's easy to understand why so many prominent politicians have turned to these particular pollsters. Now we're going to turn to your questions, but first I want to mention something more about the project. We've assembled a wonderful advisory board. They've helped us to conceptualize this conference. Some of the members of that advisory board have been on the panels today, but there are one or two members in the audience, Bill Galston and Sean Trendy from Real Clear Politics, who are on our advisory board, who will be on panels in the future. Now to your questions, and I think I saw Ron Brownstein's hand first.
Can we go back to that slide that Whit you had with the various scenarios of majority, which I thought was pretty fascinating.
We might need Heather's help with this, but we'll see here.
If we can get back to that, about what the two parties would need to reach a majority.
What's that? Go forward? Okay. There we go.
Yeah, just go to that. And that's positing an electorate that's 69% white, 31% non-white.
Correct.
If you were looking at it today, if you were betting today as a Republican, possibly running against Hillary Clinton, which one of these do you think you're going to have to meet?
it's a fascinating question because Hillary Clinton was much more popular among blue-collar whites, at least those who voted in Democratic primaries in 2008, than Barack Obama was. So it is conceivable that she could get more than the 39% of the white vote that Obama got in 2012. And you can see if you run up to, say, 42% of the white vote in 2016, you only need 68% of the non-white vote to get 50.1%. That is a daunting challenge. I think that by the time the election rolls around, Hillary Clinton will be well defined as a traditional Democrat. But you're still probably looking at her getting somewhere around 41% of the white vote, which means that they only need 73% of the non-white vote, which still backs us into the almost 30% of the non-white vote that a Republican's going to need to put the pieces together.
Sean. Sean.
So the past two cycles, this is more of a general pollster question. The past two cycles have not been kind to pollsters. In 2012, the Republicans were convinced that the polls were biased towards the Democrats, and in fact, they were biased towards Republicans. And then in 2014, the lesson that a lot of people took from that was that polls were biased towards Republicans, and in fact, that year they were biased towards Democrats. So you have this problem. You also have some, I think, and this gets to my question, unique uncertainties about what's going to happen in 2016. Will African American participation stay at 66%? Will it drop some? Can you get Hispanic participation up? How do you model that out? I mean, I don't want to get into the details of it, but how much uncertainty is there really about what's going to happen in 2016 for polling?
Well, that's a great question, and one I think about a lot.
Push the button.
Thanks. So the best practice is to have as few assumptions as possible, and that we're not in a faith-based business. We're in a empirical business, and there is some reason to think that the 2012 electorate may be a useful base from which to start, but what we've learned in the last two cycles are that assumptions like that are perilous, and Selzer, I polled in the Iowa Senate race this year and got it wrong, and working off of a voter file, and Selzer, who does the polling, does the Iowa poll, really just started out with a kind of a random digit dial. It just seems to me to be a kind of a very dangerous way to do polling these days, but it is assumption free and produced a more accurate result. So it's that for us, we have imperatives to use the voter file, but to do it in a way that is as assumption-free as possible, I think, is the most important answer.
The question Sean asked is the conundrum in our business. There were a great many of us who looked at the African American turnout in Ohio in 2008 at 11% and said, there's no way in the world the Obama administration can exceed that, given the fact that 2008 was the first time an African American had a major nomination for president. Lo and behold, it was 15%. That is a tough thing to anticipate. So you try to make the most plausible assumptions you can. One of the keys is to not be delusional. One of my favorite websites was unskewedpolls.com back during 2012, where somebody who'd never done a poll in his entire life took it on himself to impose equal Republican and Democratic turnout, rework the numbers in the various polls that came out, and presto, Republicans won everywhere. It's amazing what you can do if you just play around with the numbers. So what do I mean by not being delusional? Not looking at that chart that says every single presidential election, the percentage whites drops from 2 to 4 points, and say the percentage of whites is going to be the same in 16 as it is in 12. That, I think, is a delusional assumption. So you start off with history, but you tend to, you've got to massage it with a bit of nuance and a bit of insight, and frankly, it's a judgment call about how that thing is actually going to turn out. The Obama administration, or the Obama campaign, did a brilliant job of anticipating the likely electorate in 2012. And I just hope we can do as good a job as they did in 2016.
By the way, most Democrats think that African Americans were 12% of the turnout in Ohio, not 15%. The exit poll said 15, the census says 13, the voter file analysis says 12.
Whatever, it was more than it was in 2008, and we didn't think that was possible.
Well, it is another indication of how challenging our business is. We can't even, I talked about predicting the past. If we can't even predict the past that way.
Question right here.
Will Amatruda, there are two questions where there's a bias toward a yes answer, which are, did you vote in the last election, and did you attend religious services last week? And there's this bias among, even if it's not true. How do pollsters correct for that, balance out and correct for that bias?
Well, I talked about our imperative of using the voter file. One of the virtues of using the voter file as opposed to random digit dialing or other methods is that we know what people actually did. The voter file is, on that, 99.9% accurate, and there you base vote history not on what people say they did, but what you know for sure they did. You lose once you go to random digit dialing or random sampling, off of something other than a voter file, then you lose the ability to use that vote history.
I completely agree with Jeff. It's one reason why a lot of us use the voter file. The problem, of course, is if you have a surge in new voter registration, unless you have an exceedingly up-to-date voter file, it's going to miss that. And that's a good way to miss an election. But your question's exactly right. If you ask people the percentage who voted in the election, it's always higher than the percentage we know actually voted. But that's not the only question. I mean, agree-disagree questions for people who tend to be agreeable, like, people in Iowa, Iowa nice, where I grew up, there's a bias toward agreement, which is why I like the questions that pose both sides of an argument and force people to choose. I think that's a more valid reason. But your point's well taken.
Other questions? Over here, John Halpin.
Thanks a lot for the presentations. They were great. I have a quick question about your thoughts on emerging strategies among whites. If it looks like 2016 is going to hinge in many ways upon movement among white voters, assuming that there's some mild retrenchment among non-white voters, what do you think are the respective party strategies for addressing both white non-college voters, ideologically and policy basis, and white college graduates? Because it's a very diverse community. We're assuming whites are monolithic, just the way we assume minority communities are monolithic, and it's obviously not. Do you have any thoughts from both party sides about which aspect of the, which part of the white vote you're actually going to go for, and how you're going to appeal to them, and how is that going to fit into your overall appeal?
Well, first of all, you're exactly right. There are changes within the white community that make it more challenging for us to push above that 59 or 60% of the white vote. College-educated women are where we're weakest. They're growing as a share of the electorate. Non-college-educated white men are where we're strongest, are declining. In fact, I think it was Ron Brownstein who pointed out for the first time in 2012, the white college-educated women were more numerous than the white non-college-educated men. But the fundamental way you do it, I think, is by a very compelling argument on how you strengthen, and vivid and detailed argument on how you strengthen the American economy at home and American security abroad. It's very much like the speeches Marco Rubio's been giving for the last year, where you develop a far more compelling argument. There is still, despite the recovery, enormous economic angst among middle-class families. And I don't think that's going away even as the economy gets a little better. There's also enormous angst that this president has not been as aggressive as he needs to be given the very visible threats abroad. And so I think it's probably in those broader questions of a vivid and compelling vision of a stronger America at home and abroad.
Jeff, you get the last word.
It's a really important question, John, and part of this will have to do with who you're focusing on. I take Whit's point about Secretary Clinton's performance with working class whites, particularly white working class white women in 2008. There was a real connection there. There's some evidence that those numbers have weakened a little bit, but I believe that given who she is and what she cares about, that those can be refreshed and strengthened. But what seems most clear is that that she has the ability to do better among college-educated white women than President Obama did in 2012, and that may be the part of the electorate where this increase in the white vote occurs. You always try to square the circle here, but the question really gets called about how we talk about economics, and it's something that we are working through as a party right now. But the truth is that that for working class white voters, that not in these words, the power is in sort of a populist critique of the status quo. That's not necessarily the best way to appeal to college-educated voters, although that critique is gaining currency more with them as well. But that is, I think, the balance that Democratic campaigns and Secretary Clinton's campaign will have to draw on the right way.
We've been very fortunate to have remarkably punctual panelists. It is 1:25 on the nose, exactly where we expected to be, and I want to thank all of you for sticking with us, and I think that speaks to the value of the report that Rui and Bill have done. And I'm now going to turn the podium over to Neera Tandon, President of CAP, who will moderate the next panel. Thank you.
I just emailed you, though. Have a seat. Hey, good to see you again. Yeah, like, I'm so thrilled we have you for this.
Oh, I'm glad to be here.
Bye, Ron. Do you have your... I think I have to go out and get it. Okay, cool. I think you might have to go and get it too, because you're not Jeff Garrett. Oh, yeah. Oh, she's bringing them in? Great. Where Thanks for being here.
It really lends itself to
So I'm going to get us started because we have a fascinating range of issues to cover. Perhaps I'm even starting a little early, which is really unlike me. We've heard a lot about the numbers and its effects, the demographic changes effects on elections, et cetera, but I think all of us on this panel can agree that elections are also really about public policy change itself. And so I hope to discuss in this session some of the implications for public policy that we expect to see in the coming years. And I think we definitely want to have a robust debate with people in the audience as well, but I'd like to keep it a little bit on broader issues, what this means for some of the issues that we don't necessarily think of as immediate flashpoints around demographic change, like immigration reform, other issues. I like to think also more broadly about topics like the role of government and tax policy, et cetera, as we go. But I'm excited to have these great panelists here. We have Raihan Salam. He is a policy fellow at the National Review Institute. Raihan writes for the National Review Institute. The National Review online's The Agenda. He's a policy fellow there, and The Agenda is a daily web log centered on domestic policy. With Ross Stathat, Salam co-authored Grand New Party, How Conservatives Can Win the Working Class and Save the American Dream. I'm looking forward to that answer. Elaine Kmark, founding director of the Center for Effective Public Management, senior fellow of governance studies at Brookings, and obviously has worked in public policy, domestic policy, a whole range of issues for many years, and many of us have learned from her. And we have Paul Taylor, senior fellow at the Pew Research Center. He's the author of many books on demographic change. Recently, he authored The Next America, which looked at these precise questions of changing demographics, but has also done a lot of work on changing demographics, particularly for Asian Americans and other groups. So we really have a fantastic, fantastic panel. So I want to jump right into it. First, I'd really like to get all of your views on essentially the question about changing demographics and the role of government. And I say that because one of the most interesting pieces, or one of the most interesting findings from your past work has been around the fact that Asian Americans, which are higher income than whites on average, have stronger support than other groups for a role of government. And so many of the issues that we are debating really are around some of those broad questions. What is the role of government in people's lives when addressing issues of economics, et cetera? So I'd really like to ask that kind of broad question first of each of you, and then hopefully we'll start a discussion. Paul, you want to start?
Sure, and thank you. It's a great panel. Thank you, Rui and Bill, for that terrific data. Neera, I'd like to start with what you said a few hours ago as we started this day. I think it's public policy needs to reflect the public, and the public is changing. So we've gotten a great set of data points on how the public is changing. It seems to me that the challenge we face today on the public policy front is we are not aligning our policies with these changing demographics. And people bemoan rightly the lack of bipartisanship in Washington these days. There is a bipartisan conspiracy of silence in terms of unwillingness to address to align our public policies with our changing demographics. And let me start with the elephant in the room in terms of role of government, and that is Social Security. And when I say Social Security, I'm really talking about our entire social safety net. But let me start with Social Security. It's the easiest one to understand. It's the easiest way to make the argument. Social Security celebrates its 80th birthday this year. It is by far the most successful, it's the crown jewel of government. That's not my opinion, that's the opinion of the American public. You asked Americans, if Social Security good for America, 90% of older Americans say yes, 90% of younger Americans say yes. And it's the crown jewel of government because it has done more than any other program in our history, not only to provide income, support, and a floor of dignity, which it was intended to do for all older adults. It also, it is our most successful anti-poverty program. We don't think of it that way. And one of the reasons it is so politically popular is that it's not designed as a poverty program, but it is an enormously powerful poverty program. It was formulated 80 years ago in the depths of the Depression when far and away our poorest age cohort were our older Americans. Today, far and away our poorest cohort are our younger Americans and their children. And then this part of this has to do with some of the demographic changes we're talking about. Part of it has to do with economic changes, the globalization of the economy, the depression on wages, lots of big things that are going on. So this generation of young adults who we've been looking at their demographic and racial characteristics is at least this far into their lives, if we define them as millennials now, the oldest is in their early 30s. This is the first generation in modern history, perhaps in all of history, that at this stage of their lives is doing less well economically than their parents and grandparents were. And that's a complicated statement, and you can slice and dice it, and you can do the apples to apples and do the corrections. But I think almost on any economic indicator you look at, income, wealth, debt, poverty, you will find that that's the case. Unfortunately, our public policies have not caught up with that reality. And part of the reason is that a growing share, it's not the only reason, and I don't want to seem to be blaming Social Security. Everybody loves Social Security because it not only makes sure grandma lives above a floor of dignity, but her children and her grandchildren care a great deal about that. But her children and grandchildren also know that this program is not going to be around for them. And one of the data points that I find so compelling, we do a lot of survey questions. You ask millennials, will Social Security be there for you when you're ready to retire? And we gave people three response options: not at all, yes, but at reduced levels, or yes at current levels. We get 50% of millennials saying it will not be there for me at all. We get another 40% saying yes, but at reduced levels. We just get 6% of millennials saying this will be there for me at current levels. So they know the math of these programs don't work. And again, all the bean counters have been telling us for year after year after year, hey guys, the math doesn't work. We hit the wall in about 18 years from now, and at that point we're going to have either a drastic increase in taxes or decrease in benefits. And yet somehow our bipartisan conspiracy of silence on both sides has been saying year after year, nothing to see here. And I want to stop there just to put that out there. I think this is we understand the political dynamics that has gotten us to this point. The Democrats, the Republicans don't want to face up to the probably inevitable tax increases that you will need to not only sustain these programs, and the Democrats don't want to think about the need for whether raising the age or in some measured way reducing the benefits, perhaps protecting the most vulnerable. It's a very, very complicated political equation. The trouble is, the longer you wait to face it, the deeper the hole becomes, and the more the burden of any solution, whether you go one way or the other, will fall on the young who are already getting the worst deal from this program and are inheriting a government that is not investing in them, because these programs are on path to Social Security, Medicare, non-child portion of Medicaid will be within the next 10 years more than half of our budget. These are none of the most important things we do. These are the biggest and most expensive things that we do. And they are also the purest expression of the idea that in America we are all in this together. They are not means tested, and therefore they have survived the kind of toxic politics that comes from income transfer programs. They really do need to be protected, but they need to be modernized. And it is a frustration that there was a period 3 or 4 years ago, as deficits were careening out of control, where there was some effort to talk about the big deal. And yes, there's a context for that. Deficits have come down, the debt still remains high, and at the moment, this topic is off the table. And I guess the last thing I would say is, to me, it's more surprising that it is off the table, frankly, among Democrats and liberals. Because if you look at all of what we've been looking at for the last 3 or 4 hours, who gets quote-unquote screwed by the fact that these are on an unsustainable basis? It's the young, it's the minorities, and it's women. And we can talk about that a little bit more as we go on.
So I really want to connect this up to the demographic change issue, and we could. I'm happy to talk about Social Security for a minute or two more, which is to say, what is the connection you see? Do you see a connection between changing demographics and the fact that we have been unable to discuss it? Because the counter argument could be on Social Security that it is precisely communities of color who are disproportionately using Social Security in their retirement. They're more reliant on Social Security versus other issues. So when you look at beneficiary cuts, you're disproportionately impacting African American, Latino senior citizens, even and other groups. So, what's the connection you see between an issue like Social Security, whether we take it's on topic or not, and changing demographics?
Well, if you take the pessimistic view of the gray brown divide, what you come away with is we have an older population that is currently receiving or about to receive Social Security benefits. They're conservative. They don't like government, but they like those benefits. And the status quo treats them just fine. And yes, they are probably aware of the fact that they are unsustainable for the long haul, but that's somebody else's problem. And by the way, the somebody else's problem is the rising generation of Americans who don't look like them. Now, I don't think that that's the end of the story. I have a different and much more optimistic view, which is that in our family lives, which is the most important realm that we all experience intergenerational relationships, our families have been much more resilient and nimble at reacting to the changing economic circumstances of old and young. And so these family transfers have happened intergenerationally throughout all of human history. Used to be, I take care of you when you're young, you take care of me when I'm old. That's been the intergenerational compact since the beginning of humanity. Nowadays, when the 50-year-old needs and the 75-year-old are exchanging help, it's much more likely that the 75-year-old is helping the 50-year-old because that's where the economic well-being is parked. I don't mean to suggest all older folks are doing well, but relative to the rest of the population, they are. So my own sense is that, yes, if you have a population that, the older white and the younger non-white and the older mostly an old form of marital situation and the younger increasingly, a single parent and all the rest, why should they help each other out? And my answer is because generations do help each other out. And there is a notion, my generation is crossing the threshold of 65 at the rate of 10,000 a day. We still have a lot of voting power. We certainly have a lot of economic power. And you would like to believe that the instinct to leave something behind, which I can testify as someone who just welcomed his second granddaughter about 2 weeks ago. Thank you. Gets more powerful as you get older. And if you read the literature on this, and if you read AARP and this, people do want to leave something behind. And of course, they start with their own children and grandchildren. But it would be nice to believe that some of these good vibrations extend to the national enterprise, which I think most Americans are deeply proud of, in the sense that we are leaving, an inheritance to our children and grandchildren that is not as good as the one we got. I think rubs people the wrong way, and I think it may be the basis for framing a conversation about these incredibly difficult policy choices, because they're not easy, around the notion of we are all in this together and we want this rising generation to carry the seed and the idea of America forward.
Great. So, Elaine, I'd like to follow up on that more broadly than on Social Security. One of the issues that you really see in this report and the broad discussion is you have a kind of picture of senior citizens today that are, still mostly white. And then really against that backdrop is a very diverse younger generation. And Social Security is one flashpoint, but there are other flashpoints. And just to kind of encapsulate the discussion and the debates that this means, it's big questions about K through 12 education, higher education. If you look at the resources in the federal government going to seniors versus young people, that has changed over time. And I'd love to get your broad view of that. One example is really to think through what's happened in California, right? So California is diversifying, really a leading indicator in some ways, is diversified. One story of California is that the public sector has been, schools in particular, are becoming much more diverse, K through 12 population. Some resources have come out of the schools in that period. And now that you have a voting majority that's people of color, more resources have come. Do you think that's an inevitable issue of resources coming out as the country diversifies it, or is that too pessimistic?
Well, I want to step back for a minute.
Sure.
Because I think that the discussion we've had today, the trends that are undeniable about the white versus non-white composition of the country, are colored, if you will, by the African American experience. Okay, and the African American experience was really quite unique. There were laws for many, many years that prevented African Americans from marrying whites. There were laws that prevented them from living outside of certain neighborhoods. I mean, of course, African Americans would develop and sustain a consciousness that was from their race because the rest of the country forced them to, okay? The question then is, are these new non-white groups, are they going to have the consciousness experience of the African Americans, or are they going to be Italians or Irish? In other words, if we go out to 2060, which is quite a fascinating date to go out to, right? I mean, the question is, will Hispanics care about being Hispanic in 2050? Will Asians care? How many of the young people today who are in this group, this demographic group, how many will marry Caucasians? How many, it was only 10 years ago or so that the census had to put a new category on the census of mixed race because there were so many mixed race. I think that in the projections out, we tend to have the African American experience in our mind. I'm not sure that that's the right experience. I think it might be more like the Italian and the Irish or the Polish experience. So you go 50 years back and read, Teddy White's classic book on the Kennedy campaign. What are they talking about? Talking about Catholics, Poles, Irish, Italians, that was the way they talked about politics. Nobody talks about that anymore, okay? No, I mean, I'm Italian American. I mean, I can't tell, other than cooking, I can't tell you one political view I've ever had that has anything to do with being Italian American. So I think we've got to be careful about that because it is a question of consciousness. Now, the Republicans are doing everything they can right now, and some Republicans know they're in trouble for this, to reinforce a consciousness among this huge Hispanic population by basically being very, very nativist in some of their language, opposing immigration reform, et cetera. So to the extent that one part of the polity is reinforcing a consciousness of minority, being discriminated against, et cetera, then you will, in fact, have that consciousness go forward. I'm assuming at some point, as we just heard in the previous panel, that the Republican Party is going to have to wise up on this issue and somehow get past this issue. It's really going to hurt them, at least in the near term. And then the question is, as people intermarry, and as these issues fade in the background, will it matter that the United States is a minority white country? Will it have any impact on our politics? Or will other issues and other divides emerge that really are not quite rooted in race? And I think that other than the African American experience, that's what we've learned about the melting pot of America. My father remembers being called a Dago. He remembers that he wasn't accepted to the University of Rochester's fraternity because he was Italian. Never happened to me, okay? In fact, my children don't even know what the term Dago is. Okay, so again, these things go away in America, and I think we've got to be very careful about overplaying the political importance of the white, non-white trends for the long term. Certainly, they've made a huge difference in the last election. Certainly, they've had great importance. So that's my caveat to all that. I do think on Social Security, Paul hit on something that I think is quite important. We do live in intergenerational families. And so the question that voters are going to have to decide is, well, so who gets the money? Grandma or me, right? If I get the money to go to college, let's suppose we did all college free, right? And, if I get the money, well then, gee, maybe my second year out of college, when grandma goes in the hospital, I have to pay her hospital bill. Okay? I mean, in other words, money's money, right? Generations are generations. Most families like each other. I used to say to my students, if you hate your grandmother, well, then don't worry about this, right? If you love your grandmother, then you're living in a world where these things actually tend to work out. One of the reasons Social Security is so popular is that families have built economic systems based upon the security and the sureness of Social Security. And so you change that at great peril, because the generation that tries to change it for the elderly generation, the roof's going to come down on their heads. And you don't have the kind of transition money that you would need to do something like that. So I think this is going to be a very hard thing to change. I really do. And I think as these millennials get older, they're going to look at this system and understand a little bit more about it and what might be in it for them. And I'll end by saying a couple years, somebody asked me about to write an essay on the future of Medicare. And I said, the future of Medicare is the same as the past of Medicare. End of sentence.
So I think this question of the permanence of anything is fascinating. I'd love Ryan to weigh in on that and any other things you'd like to talk about. I do think you raised, Elaine, so many fundamental issues about the difference between ethnicity and race, and how, this will be a big social experiment to see if race is different than ethnicity. You have seen in some states it feels like it has gone in one direction, and in many states it's gone in another, perhaps because there are some distinctions. But Ryan, I would love to get your views on that particular issue.
Elaine has raised a number of really fascinating issues, and I'm so glad because she set up some of my own thoughts. So when we're talking about intermarriage, we could think about it as something that is just this norm that everyone's going to converge around, that happens very evenly across and within groups. Another way to think about it, however, is that it's a process that happens very unevenly. There's this phenomenon that a lot of you guys in this room have heard of called assortative mating, the phenomenon in which like marries like. So let's say college-educated people are likely to marry other college-educated people. Now, it turns out that we're looking at a lot of the big foreign-born populations in the United States right now. They're not all even on that score. That is, their educational attainment levels are not identical to those of the native-born. They tend to be quite a bit lower. For some groups, somewhat higher, but let's say if we're looking at people of Mexican origin, for example, many Latinos tend to have lower levels of educational attainment for a variety of reasons. And actually, those lower levels tend to persist from one generation to the next. They converge on the American norm, but there's some persistence. So there's actually been a lot of really fascinating work done on intermarriage and the phenomenon known as ethnic attrition. That is, people by the time you get to the third or fourth generation who stop identifying as, let's say, Latino. Now, what do we know about the folks who start, quote unquote, defecting? Well, in some cases, you have some groups like Salvadorans, for example, who defect from Latino identity pretty quickly, regardless of the level of intermarriage. But there are other groups where it persists to some degree, depending on how many grandparents do you have from country X. So if you have 3 or 4 grandparents from Mexico, you're a lot more likely to identify as Latino than if you have 1 grandparent from Mexico. That seems pretty intuitive, pretty sensible, but it actually has some pretty significant implications. Now, here's the thing. If the people who are intermarrying tend to be people with higher levels of education, and then they join what you might call the dominant social group, right? Well, what does that say about our social networks? You could say that actually the dominant social network, well, its dominance gets entrenched, right? Because you have the more educated members of other groups joining that group. One of the really interesting developments in the social sciences in recent years has been kind of a change in how we think about racial discrimination, racial inequalities, and where exactly they come from. And part of this idea is that what you're really looking at is not so much active discrimination against outsiders as you're seeing what some call opportunity hoarding. That is, we tend to share information about opportunities and whatever else with people in our social networks, right? So if you're looking at the ethnic politics of America in the future, it's actually really useful to think about our starting point right now in terms of education levels, because that's going to help shape the patterns of intermarriage and what those social networks are going to look like in the future. So, when a lot of my, fellow panelists, think that opposition to immigration reform is necessarily people who are troglodytes or nativists or whatever else, well, one of the tricky issues is that some people who believe that we ought to have a more selective immigration policy are actually interested in this process of assimilation and how it's likely to work. They're also interested in thinking about, hey, look, 15% of the workforce right now is foreign-born. 1 out of 7 adults in the United States has low levels of literacy and numeracy. And guess what? That is very disproportionately a foreign-born population. By comparison, Japan is a country where it's about 1 in 25 have low levels of literacy and numeracy. Now, I'm not saying we're going to go to Japanese policy. Absolutely not. We shouldn't. There are a lot of advantages that flow from immigration. But the thing is that when you're looking at it in terms of social networks, opportunity hoarding, and the patterns through which the social networks become more inclusive, then you might want to think about the interests of the foreign-born people who currently reside in the United States and the competition that they're likely to face from new arrivals. So this is actually one aspect of the immigration debate that really tends to get neglected. Now, another piece when we're talking about the role of government more broadly is this. Do we assume, again, that everyone is going to converge on one set of norms, or do we assume that there are going to be durable differences, in terms of how people like to lead their lives? So, for example, you have some social groups in the United States, where they tend to share more with their peers and with their family members than in other groups. Other groups tend to be more individualistic. Well, that sounds okay, fair enough. That's kind of a bit of this, a bit of that. The thing is that actually has very big implications for how you accumulate wealth and much else. And obviously it matters depending on kind of which social network you belong to. So government's obviously going to have to respond to this if we start seeing very, very different patterns because those underlying values start to change. Latino longevity is actually higher than it is for non-Hispanic whites at pretty much every level of income. People call this the Latino paradox, partly because we don't have a really good understanding of exactly why this is the case. But this is the kind of thing, we can't just expect that everyone's going to, converge around a non-Hispanic white norm. So I think that these are some of the complexities that we're going to have to think about in terms of thinking about how public policy is going to evolve, and it's not all going to move in one direction. So one of my colleagues, one of my co-panelists, brought up Social Security. Now, a lot of people do think that this is a great, triumphant program, but here's one last point I'll leave you with. There are about 5% of older people, a pretty big chunk of very poor older people who are actually not eligible for Social Security benefits. Now, probably most of you guys in this room, you might not even know someone who falls in this category. But it's people who, let's say you've had a working history of less than 10 years. Even if it's 9 years, 0 eligibility, you guys. More of you are going to be familiar with the fact that spousal benefits work in a kind of funny way, where there are some, people who've never been married who might find themselves at a disadvantage relative to someone who's been married but had an intermittent work history. Okay, here's another factoid that's interesting. If you're looking at the unauthorized immigrant population in the United States, the men work at much higher levels than native-born Americans. So we're talking about levels approaching 90%. If you look at the women, however, labor force participation is very, very low. You're talking about rates in the 40s. What? Put these two things together. Let's say we actually do become more inclusive and we actually embrace part of this population as a citizen population. Well, gosh, then the fact that Social Security does not work very well for people with low lifetime earnings or people with intermittent earnings suddenly becomes really significant. Then it also has an ethnic overlay over it, right? Now, there are people like Andrew Biggs of the American Enterprise Institute who propose pretty big Social Security reforms designed to protect the poorest of the poor. It also means relying on more private savings for other people. That's pretty controversial, but it's actually attuned to some of these demographic and cultural changes that are pretty important.
So I think you've raised a range of issues I'd love to touch on. I'd love to just have other people maybe talk about the Social Security. It's a great example of the complexities of the connections between demographics and a public policy. You're right. You're absolutely right about the 5% untouched, heavily affected by some of these issues. On the other hand, if we were to magically pass immigration reform and you had citizenship, some of those distinctions between working patterns between men and women might change because it would raise the standard of income for some of these groups,
Is
right?
that a question?
So I'd just love to, yes.
So we actually, okay, so one of the really interesting facts that people have not talked about much in the immigration reform debate is that when you look at the Immigration Reform and Control Act, as of the end of 2009, of the, I think it's about 2.7 million people who were eligible for becoming citizens, interestingly, only 41% wound up becoming citizens. And when you're looking at some of these populations that are comparable in terms of skill level, actually the female labor force participation rates tend to be very, very low as well. So you're right that actually that does create some opportunity. And actually IRCA did lead to somewhat higher wages for the people working. But part of the issue is that there are actually just big cultural differences here around who ought to work and what have you. So I think that, you could make some difference there. But I think that, also there are persistent cultural differences, leaving aside the fact that there are many people who become eligible who don't actually embrace citizenship. And there are other complexities there. Part of it is that, if you are someone who is born in a country that has a lot of geographical and cultural proximity to the United States, you might be less inclined to make this kind of definitive break. When we're talking about people of Italian origin, the thing that happens is that when you have immigration restriction, you don't have ethnic replenishment, a phenomenon that we've talked about before. There is a near universal tendency of people to prefer to marry with members of their own group if they're readily available. So, there are a lot of these complexities that play into.
Great. I was just pointing out that number would shrink with immigration. But
Somewhat.
Let
me jump in on marriage, starting with racial and ethnic intermarriage, which has been an extraordinary trend. When Barack Obama's parents were married and he was born, and not to start a political argument, let's stipulate that these events did in fact happen in Hawaii and not in Kenya. 1961, our best estimate from census data is something on the order of magnitude of 0.1% of all marriages that year was like that marriage between a white person and a black person. As we pointed out earlier, it was still illegal in about a third of the states, a gasp-inducing taboo everywhere else. And only about 2.5% of all marriages that year were across the lines of race and ethnicity that we've been discussing today. Today, about 16% of all marriages are across lines of race and ethnicity. Of all recent weddings, 28% of Asian Americans marry out, 26% of Hispanics, 17% of blacks, 9% of whites. And that is, and this whole question of then what are we going to call the children of those marriages? What are we going to call? What are they going to call themselves? Are all these neat lines that Rui and Bill have given us? Will people look back at them 30 or 40 years ago and say, "What were they talking about?" I don't know. I think that's one of the great dramas that is going to play out. But I want to talk about something else that's happened with marriage, which is that marriage has lost a dramatic amount of market share in the period that we are talking about. So in 1960, 71% of all adults over the age of 18 were married. Today, 50% of all adults over the age of 18 are married. That collapse has happened not entirely, but almost entirely at the lower end of the socioeconomic scale. This becomes self-fulfilling. Marriage has been around for 5,000 years. It's an economic arrangement. It has proven its mettle as a very successful economic arrangement. Division of labor, economies of scale, new units of output, and so.
It's a nice way to put children.
Yeah. So the folks.
I'll tell your kids and grandkids.
So the folks at the and when we do surveys and we ask young adults who and some of this may be delayed marriage. Of 20-somethings today. 20% are married, whereas you go to the parents' and grandparents' generation at the same stage of the life cycle, half and 2/3 were married by then. So it could be that today's millennials at some point do marry, but looking at data and projecting forward, it seems like it's likely to be at lower levels, particularly at the lower end of the socioeconomic scale. And the biggest impediment when we ask young adults who aren't married, why not? Do you want to get married? Yes. Why aren't you? Look at me. I don't have a job. I don't have a career. I am not good marriage material. I cannot be a provider. And again, that becomes self-fulfilling. So, for example, in the African American community, 40, 50 years ago, 61% of adults over the age of 18 were married. Today, 31% of adults over the age of 18 are married. Now, to bring this back to Social Security. Social Security was created 80 years ago when we had Ozzie and Harriet families, although Ozzie and Harriet, I guess, didn't come along until a decade or so later. But we had the male breadwinner, female homemaker model in our minds, and we built the system around that. And I speak now, and I probably should have warned my wife I was going to do this, but I speak now as someone who is very familiar with how people get advantaged by this system. I'm going to turn 66 in 2 weeks, and my wife is going to turn 66 in 3 months. So we've been looking over these things and trying to figure out how these things work. They work very, very well. And my wife and I, 44 years, we are an Ozzie and Harriet marriage. She did some work as a social worker over the years, but basically, and she's a jeweler and this and that, but she doesn't have 10 years of income, so she has no Social Security on her own. She raised 3 children. She's now nannying 2 grandchildren, and she's up in New York today taking care of her 91-year-old father. That's what she has done magnificently with her life. She will get, as a spousal benefit from me, she will get something on the order of magnitude of half of my benefit. This is not my benefit. I'm going to wait till I'm 70, I hope, to get my benefit because the deal gets better. But the deal doesn't get better for the spouse. So when she hits 66, we're going to have her claim her benefit. She's going to get about $15,000 a year as a spouse. Now you look at a woman her age who was a single mother and by the way, she would, and you can say, well, society values the contribution she has made as a spouse, as a mother, as a grandmother, and Lord knows I do. But she would get that same benefit if we didn't have a single child. She's getting that benefit riding on my income, and Ryan, I'm with you on how well upper middle class people do, on my income, which is going to produce. Now, if you take a woman her age, who worked all of her life, maybe on or up, who never married, who raised kids, and you compare just what my wife's getting on a spousal benefit versus what this 40-year woman working is, my wife's going to get hundreds of thousands of dollars more, assuming they both live their actuarially allotted time. This seems inequitable. And you can go into the rules on divorce, and the point is that our families have changed. And my reading of the way that our families have changed, we all know that it is very difficult as a single parent to raise children. And we all know there's a correlation with poverty and other unfortunate outcomes. You can also look at a lot of outcomes of teenagers today and compare them with a lot of outcomes of teenagers 20 or 30 years ago. And the social catastrophe that people might have predicted that would arise from the fact that our marital circumstances have changed have not occurred. If you look at youth crime, if you look at high school dropout rates, if you look at births to teenage girls, if you look at youth smoking, youth drinking, what you get is our demographics are changing. Our families are nimble and resilient because human beings are nimble and resilient. They figure it out. They exchange across the generations. They somehow make it work. And yet, the one aspect of our government that, again, is half of what we get and spend, hasn't reacted to this and is advantaging certain people and certainly disadvantaging the next America in all of its iterations. I just think that this is something too big to put off. I would like to think that the millennials, who kind of know the broad outlines of this story, as they age into the electorate more and age into more consciousness, will assert themselves, and I suspect they will not assert themselves with wagging a finger at their parents. And my generation, when we came of age, was very good at raising a finger of protest, often a middle finger of protest, at our parents and grandparents. And there was sort of a whiff of generation war in the air as the boomers came of age. You don't see almost any of that from millennials. They like their parents and grandparents. They're the roommates of their parents and grandparents. They text each other, but they need a better shake, and they need to find a voice in this conversation to push a government and a political cadre that is simply unwilling to take it on.
That's a great jumping off point. Elaine, I'd love to have you engage in that. I think there's a broad debate, and I imagine Ryan and I would not perhaps agree on the connections between marriage rates and inequality, whether lower marriage rates are driving inequality or higher poverty levels and higher inequality are driving marriage rates. Although I would note it is interesting that across groups, marriage rates at the upper income are as high as ever, if not higher than they have been in any time.
I'm so flattered. There's only one of me, yet I have to be pre-butted. This is very cool.
But I was actually,
I'll tell my friends.
I'm even worse because I'm actually turning to Elaine.
Very shrewd. I do the same
Very
thing.
shrewd, yeah. I want to pick up on Paul's point about women who, it's largely women, but it's a lot of minorities who are not working. The legal structure of the United States assumes certain things for you to get benefits.
Yes.
And at the bottom of the socioeconomic group, there is something that we generally associate with developing nations and with the work in developing nations, which is called the informal economy. And the fact is that in the United States, we do have an informal economy, and the informal economy is at the very bottom. And it's for men as well as women, because basically they earn so little that they don't want to be on the books. They don't want to pay taxes. With the sole exception of Washington, D.C., where everybody thinks they're going to be a big shot one day, and so they don't want to have the Zoe Baird problem. Nobody in the rest of the country pays taxes on their child care. I mean, when you go to some other place and you talk to people who aren't in this, they look at you like you're crazy. You did what? You paid taxes for your kid's nanny? So there's a big informal economy out there. And I think that one of the ways around the problems Paul is raising is to actually deal with ways to get people in the informal economy into the formal economy. Because what really hurts them is that, look, most poor people do work their whole life. In fact, they work really hard, and they work sometimes 2 or 3 jobs, but they work off the books. And when you work off the books, you can't get loans, you can't pass money down, you can't get credit to expand your business. I mean, all of this phenomenon is very thoroughly explored in the context of developing nations, where you have, in some parts of the world, 30-40% of the economy is the informables, as they say in Peru. But, you know, I think we need to think about that here. And I think we need to think about it here in the context of benefit systems, especially the biggies, the Social Security and Medicare, benefit systems that assume that you are part of the formal economy and either get people into the formal economy in some way or figure out a way to adjust the benefit systems themselves, which takes this into account.
Ryan, did you want to react to anything? And then I want to turn to a topic of the private sector.
So just one thing that I think is important to keep in mind as we think about what political economy is going to look like several decades out is, of course, the phenomenon of automation. We've talked a bit about depopulation, the simultaneous phenomena of an aging population as well as declining fertility rates. But I think that it's widely recognized that automation is having a big impact on the labor force. And right now it's having an impact primarily on routine tasks, whether they're cognitive or physical, but you're already seeing some impact there. And there's this belief, a widespread belief, and I think a credible one, that the domain of automation is going to expand over time. What Elena just said about the informal economy, I think, is actually very, very important, partly because we have a much more vigorous discussion now about regulation, particularly licensing regulations. Morris Kleiner at the Hamilton Project has done a lot of very valuable work on this, but also about land use regulations and how these regulations actually prevent us from having our built environment adapt to changing demographic conditions. So even if we're talking about post-marital families, more adults living alone, but also multi-generational families, et cetera, a built environment takes a very long time to kind of adapt to these phenomena, and takes even longer when it's actually very stringently regulated. So, I mean, this is all stuff that's very important to think about. But to go back to automation for a moment, the thing is that when we're looking at the changing composition of the population, here's one way to think about it. We have some people who have low levels of educational attainment who are already directly challenged by automation. But then there's going to be a secondary effect over time. If automation becomes more pervasive in its effects, well then look, we're still going to have in-person service work. Think about the number of Americans who are going to be dealing with Alzheimer's 10 or 20 years hence. The number's already staggering. This is an enormous expenditure. Think about the expenditures associated with long-term care. These are very labor-intensive things that machines can't necessarily do. But here's the thing. There's this assumption right now that, this will be a reason why we should always have a big, less skilled influx. Well, not necessarily if a lot of middle-skill jobs then get squeezed and displaced by this phenomena. Or also, what form will these jobs take? There's already been a bit of a debate over home health aides and whether or not they should, have collective bargaining rights, for example, or should they be considered state employees. These are debates that right now look very marginal, that are actually going to become very, very central about, are they part of the formal economy? If you look at South Korea, France, many other societies, you have this incredible bifurcation in the labor market in which there are people in the formal labor market who enjoy very extensive, generous protections. Then there are people outside of it working on short-term contracts who enjoy none of these protections. This is a way that these societies have, more or less muddled through and made it work. But of course, that was never the intention behind these, the creation of these original job protections. So, I think that this is going to be a really, really interesting flashpoint going forward.
And how does that connect to demographic change? Just to bring it back to the...
Well, it connects to demographic change because when you're looking at, the way in which this change is skill biased, there are some demographic groups that have much bigger human capital challenges than others. And also in terms of our institutions, our K-12 institutions, the institutions that we use to kind of invest in human capital, they seem to work better for some groups than others. We're still learning, we're still adapting. And that is the central public policy question. Are we going to adapt successfully to these cultural differences and also to changing family structure?
Right, so just to follow up on that point, I think it's fascinating, right? Because if you look at technology change, as you mentioned, it has been disproportionately and low-skilled, particularly in manufacturing. We've seen a lot of transition, right? It was like in the United States, the manufacturing growth we've seen over the last decade or so has actually been creating fewer jobs because a lot of that is roboticized. You're absolutely right that the cases with things like childcare or very direct personal care, those jobs have not been affected. Hard to see how they would be, but technology, other jobs. But as you see it go up this income scale, it's likely to hit, I would seem, disproportionately white groups. So how do you see this? Do you see some additional issues with sort of broader economic populism? How do you see it
I'm so glad you're helping me clarify this. So what I'm saying is think about school teachers, right? Right now there's a big anxiety about finding high-quality trained people to gravitate to this profession. Well, one possibility is that that won't be a problem at all 20, 30 years hence. Why? Because actually these credentialed jobs that kind of middle skill or high skill, some of those jobs might be under pressure. But of course that raises another complication, right? Because if it's the case that right now we think of a lot of these less skilled in-person service jobs are jobs that are done by, let's say, immigrants or first-generation Americans like myself, people who belong to groups X, Y, and Z, well, those jobs might become far more attractive to people who get displaced further up the scale. And that's presumably going to complicate some of the politics around immigration, among many other things.
Great. So I'd like to raise a broad topic around business and the changing labor force. One of the big issues is that regardless of people's political affiliation, we will have a very different labor force over the next several decades. And so far, we have seen some skills gaps, from different educational opportunities, et cetera, that have manifested themselves. I want to ask each of you, actually, what do you see in terms of the business perspective? Are there things that businesses should be doing? Are there things, public-private partnerships in this space to ensure that we have the labor force we need in the future? I'll start with you.
Well, the one point I would make about business reaction to these demographic changes is that the business community, by and large, is very pro-immigrant, and this has been a pattern throughout most of our waves of immigration, and it creates a wedge, frankly, within the Republican constituency, where for a lot of social and economic and cultural reasons, a lot of rank-and-file Republicans are not supportive of immigration. But business is, and business is because our modern immigration streams have fed needs at the lower end. Somebody needs to make the bed, somebody needs to slaughter the meat, somebody needs to pick the grapes, and to care for the older folks. And if you go around the country and talk to business leaders, they will complain that I don't have enough, I have a labor shortage for those kinds of jobs, we need more immigrants. And then our immigration stream, to a considerable degree, is helping out with some of the higher end, particularly in the medical, technological, engineering professions, and we know that story. And business has been a big promoter of more H-1B visas and all the rest. So I think that Listen, this immigration wave, as we heard earlier, starts in 1965 when we open up our borders, having closed them in the 1920s. If you look at the European immigration wave that spans 80 years and starts in the mid-19th century, goes to 1920, about 32 million people came during that 80-year period, 90% of them from Europe. The modern immigration wave is 50 years old, and already 48 million people have come. That's 50% more in raw numbers than the 80-year wave. Now, we were a smaller population base back then. And this wave, unlike the earlier ones, is changing our racial and ethnic complexion. But this wave is doing what the previous wave has done and what immigration has always done for America. This wave is replenishing our economy. It is serving the needs of our economy. We have 11 million people here illegally. That's a bad thing for all sorts of reasons, but it is not a bad thing for the employers of those 11 million. It works out just fine for them, and that's the reason that they are here. And that's frankly one of the reasons why this is difficult to get our arms around and to fix. So at least in terms of immigration, I think the business community will say more. Helps keep wages down. It helps meet unmet needs.
Elaine, do you have thoughts on what business can do for people, not future immigrants, but what business can do to address these racial gaps that are existing, or for people who are here and will be here into the future?
I think business is doing that to a certain extent. I mean, there are a lot of places around the country where business basically has gone into the business of being a high school. Because the high schools don't do a very good job, and especially in smaller towns and places that are dominated by an industry, you have seen a lot of this training going on through partnerships with business and with high schools. I think, though, and I want to go back to Riam's comment, because I think it's big. We are seeing the disappearance of the middle class because we're seeing the disappearance of middle class jobs. And we're seeing the disappearance of middle class jobs because guess what? We are putting them on the computer. And so jobs like accounting, used to be tons and tons of accounting and bookkeeping. And now there's tons and tons of programs for accounting and bookkeeping, which people use all the time. And so the economists, a whole bunch of economists will show you this hollowing out of mid-level, mid-skilled jobs. And so we've got, they call it the U-shaped economy. People at the top with high-level abilities, conceptual abilities, mathematic abilities, but it doesn't even have to be math, just, high level of writing and reading and stuff, do pretty well. At the lower end, as Paul said, the people who make the beds, there's lots of jobs for them because we haven't automated that yet. But there really is a crisis in the middle of the economy.
So I have to just raise this report we just did, so I take everyone's indulgence, but CAP just did a report called Inclusive Prosperity, on Inclusive Prosperity, and really looked at this issue across countries. And one of the grave challenges we have to really recognize as Americans, as you know, Elaine, technology and globalization do not stop at any border, but the U.S. stands out in its inability to create median wage growth or middle-class jobs despite those trends. So it can't just be technology, because you have middle-class job growth, median wage growth in countries that are a little, totally not completely unfamiliar, like Canada and Australia, and as subject to those trends as we are. So I definitely think we have technology issues, but they aren't as clear-cut.
Well, let's go to the second half of the economy. Okay, so you have this problem in the middle, of the ease of creating middle, and then you have something that's affecting the United States more than our trading partners, and that is the financialization of our economy. And what you have is you have companies that in prior years and in places like Germany would invest money in their workers, and they would invest money in growing the skills and the productivity of their company, developing new products, et cetera. What have American companies been doing for the last decade? They've been doing stock buybacks. They've been taking their money, they have been investing this in the salaries of their CEOs. This is a major cause of the huge growth at the top. And so it's a double whammy, if you will. It's a classic perfect storm, right? There are structural reasons due to automation why these middle-class jobs aren't working very well. And then the financialization of the economy, the dominance of finance, the fear that corporations feel that they can't stand up to Wall Street, they can't stand up to the traders, et cetera, traders, TRADERS. That fear is, and they're sort of being jerked around by Wall Street, has also kept them from developing businesses and developing new versions of those middle-class jobs that people can get. Instead, what do? They do their stock buybacks. How do they do their stock buybacks? They use money, they use their excess profit, which they don't put into the business, or they decide that they're going to downsize, and everybody who had a good corporate job now is a contractor to the company, et cetera. So we have a very peculiar problem here, which we see clearly, as you mentioned, in contrast with the rest of the developed world. And I'll do a little plug for Brookings. We're running a series called 21st Century Capitalism, where we are looking at at essentially this question of the financialization and short-termism in the American economy.
I'm going to let Rand come into that. I don't know if you had particular ideas in reaction to that, and in addition, things that business can
so
do.
in the
And then
interest,
we'll turn to questions.
in the interest of peace and harmony, I will just focus exclusively on the business issue. And I think that I'll just offer you just a kind of a device for how to think about this. So if you think about Google as an employer versus, your traditional blue-collar employer. So let's start with my mythical traditional blue-collar employer. You will hire someone when they're 18, 19 years old. They will have the job consistently. They will learn on the job. They will start out, not being so great at it, and then they will kind of gain in skills. They'll become more productive over time. And then, you'll enjoy many years during which that worker will be quite productive. Perhaps this worker lives in a place where, it's not as though you have a ton of other competing employers for that particular skill set, and there you go. Whereas Google, which we think of as this, very good employer, well, actually, what are they doing? So think about the human capital investments that have been made in the person they hire at age 28. That person has been raised probably in an intact two-parent family that doted on this young person for a very long time, making sure that, she has a Rubik's Cube or whatever else, or Baby Einstein. I don't know what young people are using these days.
Neither does help you be smarter.
Any number of things. And, kind of tutoring, all kinds of enrichment, yada, yada. Then that person is going to go to college and then is going to have some years of graduate school and whatever else. That person, think of it as like a mama bird chewing up food and then spitting to the mouth of a baby bird. That person has been thoroughly processed. We know this person isn't antisocial. We know that she isn't a murderer. We know that she doesn't have she's not addicted to methamphetamine or something else like that. Google is pretty sure this person is kind of rock solid. But then, you've got a lot of other employers that get demonized because they're actually dealing with a population that faces all kinds of challenges and difficulties. And actually, for that person, that human capital investment is happening when the employer is saying, hey, I want to be sure that you have non-cognitive skills. I want to be sure that you're able to do these things. But here's the risk. The bigger an investment that I make, and actually the more productive that worker becomes as they go from point X to, to point Y, well, then I'm afraid of that employee being footloose, right? That person might go to another employer. So actually, then you get this underinvestment in that kind of training we badly need. So I think that, you have some societies that have invested a lot in apprenticeship programs, and I've done a bit of writing about that, and I think that that's kind of one thing that might help square the circle at the margin. But fundamentally, when you look at how businesses are evolving, I think that what you're looking at, these successful businesses, they're essentially teams of high human capital people who work well together, who frankly oftentimes have strong cultural commonalities amongst themselves that allows them to kind of run quickly and not have some of the frictions that you have in more diverse organizations, meaning organizations with more diverse skill sets. And I think that that's a real shame because those organizations that have those diverse skill sets and that help people upgrade their skills are actually really crucial and have always been a crucial part of how people raise their productivity and achieve some modicum of middle income stability.
And are there things that you see, I just want to end with this, Rand, are there things that you see that there's a role for business in relation to changing demographics, or there's just nothing that there's no real connection there.
I think there's definitely a connection, and I think that, to Elaine's point, I think that actually it's the business sector that's actually had to be most responsive to this just by necessity. And I think that, when I'm kind of poking fun at a company like Google, they're just kind of reacting to this reality that, of course, it makes sense if you're the baby bird to kind of, to do that. It would be foolish of them not to. The question is, should we also, let's say, have a less hostile attitude towards low-wage employers when we kind of reconceive of what they're doing to some degree as a kind of human capital investment under these actually quite challenging conditions. That's my gentle, hopefully not too contentious suggestion.
Okay, we'd love to turn it over to questions. I think there's a mic, and if you can identify yourself as you're asking your question. There's someone in the back over there.
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Ware. I am a grandmother and a senior citizen. I hopefully don't look like one, but that's one of my points. When you talk about the issue of Social Security, maybe I'm being too liberal about this, but it would seem to me that one way to save Social Security is simply to raise the cap on incomes that pay in. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, undocumented workers basically are keeping our Social Security system afloat because they pay in and they get nothing back, including no Medicare benefits. So I wondered if you could comment on those.
Well, listen, I'll give you not my opinion, but the opinion of the American public. What's the best way over the long term to rescue to address the long-term unsustainability of these programs? Something north of 80% say raise taxes on the wealthy, and raising the cap would be one way of doing that. But I'm gonna ask Ryan to step in on that. And it is the case now that I think the cap stops at about 17% of Americans now who benefit from the fact that there's a cap. It used to be about 10%. So there are more people who are not paying beyond, $118,000 a year. If you were to raise the cap, double it or triple it, what you wind up doing, unless you decide to eliminate it altogether, at which point you have a little bit of a trouble retaining the idea that this is an earned benefit because you're not going to be giving the multimillionaire who is still paying 12%, he and his employer, you're not going to be giving him that much in benefits. That just doesn't make social policy sense. So you raise the cap. When you raise the cap, what you wind up hitting is what Ryan did a very nice piece about, which is called the upper middle class. And these are folks who are enormously important politically to both the Democratic and Republican Party. I personally think that it should be absolutely a part of the solution. I think that most Americans think that should be a part of the solution, but I think it's going to be a tough nut politically to do.
So when you're looking at the unauthorized population, it's really important to keep in mind that these people earn extremely low wages. There's a group called the Migration Policy Institute that's done a great demographic and income profile of this population. And even if you assume the best case scenario that by formalizing their status, you see, let's say, a 15% gain in wages, which is a recent CAP report estimated that, projecting that forward, leaving aside the fact that the labor market for people with limited skills has changed somewhat over the last 15 years, but let's assume that it's 15%. You're still talking about a population where virtually the entire population falls, kind of lower than 300% of poverty. Majority falls less than 200% of poverty. Quite poor. So this is not really the population that's keeping the system afloat. Number one. Number two, when you're talking about the Social Security payroll tax and you're saying, let's lift the cap, that winds up being about a 13% increase to marginal tax rates. Now, many people believe that marginal tax rates are completely irrelevant, don't have any effect on people's decisions. But I would say that, if you're paying a top rate, kind of well into the 30s, if you're also paying state and local taxes, and then you also have a 13 percentage point increase to that, I would say that it might affect some people's behavior, at the margin. So I think that, that's a really tricky issue, and not to mention the fact that it's going to hit a lot of people in that kind of upper middle income range. So I would say that that's not an ideal approach. Rather, rethinking the program to better protect the poorest of the poor, while also, seeing to it that we're adapting to changing family structure and much else, would be a smarter way to go.
I would just add one thing, is that there is obviously raising the cap is one way. I think there's another way to do it, which is to adjust the benefit formula so that you use different benefit formulas depending upon the Social Security payments and the wage history of the person involved. So what happens is when you're a high earner, you get a certain amount per month at Social Security. If you retire at 66 or you retire at 70, you get more. But everybody's monthly benefit is calculated on the same formula. You can change that formula for high earners and keep it the same as it is now, which right now it's quite generous for lower earners. And I did these numbers, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, and I was surprised at how much money that actually brought in. So it's a different way of looking at it, but I think that, let me just say in general, the thing that always strikes me about Social Security and reforms, once I wade into it, is really how much can be gotten with such incremental changes. There really is an awful lot you can do, and yet each side manages to get hysterical about it and think that for one reason or another it's the end of the world. And it really is astonishing how many options there are and how much money they raise and how you could in fact quite easily fix the system if we could get out of our intense polarization.
It's definitely great. And I would love to try and connect all these questions to demographic change. So right here, and then we'll come over here.
You have to stand up. Okay. My name is Anna Brooks. I'm an economist, formerly for the World Bank and investment banker for a German bank. Now I created my own little boutique called Women Economists for a Fair Economy. And I'd like to expand on this wonderful question of the grandma back there. Social Security, I think that's one of the key issues for the future in this country as well as in America. And what bothers me always in these discussions is that the young people are pitted against the old people. And to me, that's completely nonsense because that's not the problem we have. And I think it's a political strategy to do that on purpose, to divert attention from the real problem. And in my view, the real problem is, again, same in this country as in Europe, the growing inequality in incomes. And so the fundamental problem to solve Social Security in the future, therefore, in my view, is to do something about that and to do something about, to reverse the trend of the last 30, 40 years, which is that the productivity gains in those 30, 40 years, huge productivity gains on both sides of the Atlantic, have not been properly distributed to everybody fairly. That has to be repaired.
Shall we treat this as a comment rather than a question?
Yes. Could we move this to a question if you?
Yes, I'm trying to. Let me just finish the comment. So
But if you could actually not finish the comment and just move to a question, that would be fantastic so that we could get folks to, because we only have a few minutes.
Yeah, but
left.
I have to finish my thought, please. Let me finish that. So that has to be repaired, and in the future, we'll have to make sure that the productivity gains of the future will be distributed fairly. And the question is to Paul, if I may, because I found your presentation very eloquent and wonderful. What are your ideas how to go about that?
Well, let me first put out some data just to support what you said, which is pitting young against old is a non-starter. It's a political non-starter. So
Shall I add some data after you do, Paul?
Yeah.
Terrific.
We at Pew Research ask a question. In any society, there are group conflicts. How much conflict would you say there is between the following groups? Young versus old, black versus white, immigrant versus native born, rich versus poor, Republican versus Democrat, where I think the choices we got. Young versus old is the lowest of them. About 30% say yes, there are conflicts between those groups. You ratchet your way up. 81% say big conflicts between Republicans and Democrats. And so I don't think we are spoiling for a generation war for reasons having to do, I think, with the way people experience intergenerational relationships. Elaine is right. Social Security is an enormously complex program, and it's a somewhat opaque program. Most people understand the part of it that affects them. The government is very good about it. Every single paycheck you ever got, they tell you how much you and your employer put in, reinforcing the notion this is an earned benefit. I've put in all my working life. I'm getting it back. And it's a little bit of that, but it's mostly just a generational transfer program. People get that. They don't quite get that. So I would just reinforce Elaine's point. There are a lot of different ways to do this. It is at the policy level, it's very complex, but frankly, at also the policy level, you could probably do it at the back of an envelope. The public is ahead. The public is ahead of the politicians on this. Again, we ask a survey question. We do it every January. What are the most important policy priorities for the country this year? We do it right ahead of the President's State of the Union. Social Security has been off the table. 2 or 3 years ago, Obama tried to put it on the table, and the big deal, the grand bargain, and in the context of raising debt and deficits, it was on the table for a while. And he put his toe out on chain benefits, and he got his toe chopped off, and nobody's talking about it. But it registered, I think, third or fourth, right behind jobs and education, long-term solvency of Social Security. So I think what you have going for you here is a public that may not understand the details and may not know the best policy solutions. That's not their job. But they do know that there is a long-term problem here. They love the fact that grandma's being well served by it, but tomorrow's grandmas need to be well served by it too.
Just two quick things. One, I'll suggest that everyone reads Scott Winship on the relationship between productivity and the evolution of household incomes. Great guy, smart guy, worth reading. The other thing is that it's been a real delight to get a deeper insight into the political views of some of our friends at Pew.
I would add I am no longer at Pew.
Over here, I also think we should look at productivity gains in connection to wages as well, not just income.
Absolutely, and how it varies.
Yes.
Hi, thank you. It's James Kariuki from the British Embassy. A lot of the economic and social issues that you're talking about here, driven by globalization, are the same ones that we face in Britain. And Neera, I know you've worked with the British Labour Party on some of these things. The question I have is, we see that minority communities are less well equipped to perform the kind of intergenerational transfer support that Paul describes as part of the solution. So, your grandmother, your great-grandmother doesn't have the capital, doesn't have the wealth accumulated to get you through college, to get you through onto the housing ladder, is a particular problem in the UK. So I just wonder whether that's a kind of a future source of conflict as you move into a model in which you're depending more on an older generation to support a younger generation. Does that lead to gaps within and sort of tensions within and between minorities?
That is a great question that connects the net asset, basically wealth and assets that people of color have in the United States are especially Latinos and African Americans lower. And if you look at the Great Recession, disproportionately affected by housing devaluation, which we're still struggling with in many communities. So as you look at the economic opportunity, I think this perhaps could connect up with our earlier discussion of, do people continue to feel those gaps and does it stay with them, or do we merge? So I love.
If I may briefly, I think that this is an area, so Britain is a place where land use regulations have a huge implications for whether or not one can get on the housing ladder. I think fortunately in London you have a place where you have some more forward-looking policies. You kind of have had more building in recent years, and also just kind of more of a shift toward rental housing, which I think is really, really crucial. In the United States, we have a real crisis in that we have a real shortage of low-rent housing. This is particularly acute in high productivity regions, and it's a particularly big driver of population flows outside of those regions to lower productivity regions, which has all kinds of implications for productivity and wage growth and much else. So I would like to see this become a more higher salience issue, but I think the trouble is that people tend to fixate on one set of issues, particularly on wage policies, rather than looking at what you might call a real income agenda, looking at the ways that people are able to accumulate over time. Kind of where does your disposable income actually wind up going in practice? And just briefly, out of parochial interest as a New Yorker, I'll say that in New York City, we have this very interesting bifurcation of the poor population. Because, for example, public housing in New York City has changed quite dramatically over the years. It's relatively well managed. It's quite safe, and it's oftentimes very well situated relative to employment opportunities. Yet, because of federal policies, there are very stringent regulations governing who is allowed to live in those in public housing. Because if you pass X income, so you have people working in the informal sector and much else is a big problem. But also, a lot of the poverty right now in New York City is immigrant poverty, and what we see happen is that people have aged in public housing. So actually, these have become naturally occurring retirement communities, and some of the people who actually might need the most help are actually completely out of that, and they're in a market rate sector that's actually extremely dysfunctional because of resistance to building. So I think that this is exactly the kind of issue that I think we ought to be talking more about, kind of through this kind of lens of caring about upward mobility and much else. But it really never gets discussed. It gets discussed, through an environmental lens or an aesthetic lens, but never really as a huge barrier to upward mobility, particularly for minorities.
Can I just ask Ryan one quick question? How do you see, if you're pushing towards renting, how do you see communities of color gathering assets to?
It's not so much about pushing towards renting. It's just that, renting does a better job of meeting the needs of a lot of people. I mean, one issue that Joe Jerko has talked about, for example, is that, if you look at the FHA, we could move away from saying that we want really low loan value. Like we don't want 3% down anymore. Why? Because as soon as you have a housing downturn, suddenly I've lost all of my equity in the house. Suddenly I'm underwater. What he suggests is, why don't we have a subsidized savings program? Say that we want you to get a 20% down payment so that you're shielded to some degree from when there's a housing downturn, but we're going to help you save over time. That might be a smarter approach that would be particularly advantageous for some of these communities that don't have this history of having accumulated assets.
And Paul, Elaine, do you want to say anything about inequality, the issue of assets between?
Well, listen, it's a well-known story now, and it's getting more attention. So wealth gaps have grown dramatically over the last couple of decades. In any group you measure it, wealth gaps between old and young have grown dramatically. Wealth gaps between blacks, whites, and Hispanics have grown dramatically. Wealth gaps within each of those ethnic and racial communities have grown dramatically. This is a statistical fact of life. Lots of things going on in terms of the way the economy is changing. We like to think of ourselves as a mobility society. Come here, work hard. That's why people have come for 200 years. They believe that. And you take surveys around the world. If you could move anywhere, where would you go? People say, I want to come here. But it is statistically the case that if you start out at the bottom economically in Canada, in most of Europe, you have a better chance of making it out of poverty than you do here. So the new reality is choose your parents wisely, because the wealthier they are, the wealthier you are likely to be. That is not a comfortable reality. It's not comfortable for the 99. It's not comfortable for the 1. And so how do we address that without running afoul of our ideas about resilience, of our suspicion of big government and all the rest? I don't have the answers. But this is upon us now, and it is tied up with the demographic change we spent all day talking about. And it does seem to me we are an enormously successful, heterogeneous, diverse society. We do that, warts and all, about as well as any society in human history. Part of the key to that success is a big middle class with lots of on-ramps from the beginning. Today, our middle class, for reasons we've talked about, is getting smaller, and the on-ramps are harder to find. And we need to take that on. And there will be Republican and Democratic different versions of how to take that on, but we need as a society to confront that, because
I
it's right
encourage
in our
everyone to
lap.
read about Canadian, Australian immigration policies too. Might be of interest.
Elaine, would you like to?
I think that was a very good ending.
Excellent.
I don't really have anything to add.
And excellent. We're at 2:45 on the spot. Thank you all for being with us all day. Our panelists will be around if there are additional questions. Thank you all. Great diversity of views.
Obviously, you're doing a lot of projects at Brookings.
Aw.
Thank you.
The book I'm working on.